Congratulations on making it to section 9 of the Complete Web Developer course. I hope you enjoyed working with PHP and managed to give the Weather Scraper project a good go at the end of the previous section. Now, PHP is a very powerful language, but it's limited in what it can do without connecting it to a database. And that's what we're going to be doing in this section. So we'll be learning the MySQL database language and seeing how it integrates with PHP. MySQL is extremely widely used and a very standard database language, so it's a great first one to learn. It will allow you to store things like your users' usernames and passwords, as well as actual content for your website. So there's a lot to learn here, but once you've got to the end of this section, your combination of PHP and MySQL on the server side and HTML, CSS, and JavaScript on the client side will actually allow you to build any website in existence. So you really should be looking at websites that you can build for friends and family, or be looking for work that you can get on freelance websites if you want to go that way. As always, I'm really keen to see what you're making, so please do tweet me a link to whatever you've built and I'll send it on to the world. Enjoy learning about MySQL, and I'll see you at the beginning of section 10.
So now it's time to look at what's really the last piece of the puzzle when it comes to developing for the web. We've looked at how we can use HTML and CSS to style our content, and then we've used JavaScript and jQuery to make our pages interactive and functional within the browser. Then we looked at PHP to see how we could run code on the server side. And finally, what we need is a database to allow us to store details of our users or our content or whatever we want on our website that's going to be updated regularly. And we're going to be doing this with MySQL. SQL stands for Server Query Language, and there are various different types of SQL out there. We're going to be using MySQL because it's completely free, it's open source, and it's extremely widely used. It's also available very simply on the web hosting that comes with the course, and also if you've installed your own Apache server. So it's well worth learning. In this video, we're going to take a look at how to set up a MySQL database on Eco Web Hosting. Obviously, if you're using a different host, or if you've installed Apache on your own machine, you can follow their instructions to set up the database. So I'm going to be working on completewebdevelopercourse.com. So if you want to set this up and follow along, it's ecowebhosting.co.uk/cp/list domains. That will get a list of all your domain names. If you haven't set any up yet, then go to the hosting setup section of this course and do that first. And then when we click on the domain name here, that will take us to the cPanel where we can do a lot of things, but specifically we can set up databases. So here we go. I'm going to scroll down to Web Tools, and you can see the first option inside Web Tools there is MySQL Databases. And here we are. All we need to do is put in a username. So let's pretend we want to create a database to store our users. So I might call this a users database. And then I'll click Create. And that's it. We've got our database up and running. If I then scroll down, you can see that it's created this database here, but the database username is not what I put in. This is because the username is changed depending on what server it's running on. So this one's running on CL29. And also, to keep databases separate, a random 3-character string is added on the end there. That also increases security because your database name is harder to guess. Also, make a note of the database password, which will be displayed just the once when you've created your database. We'll need that to connect to the database in the next lecture. The password is case sensitive. All right, so that's set up our database. Let's see how we can manage our database in order to add some tables and some content. We get taken over to phpMyAdmin. So this is a very common database interaction tool, and it's pretty good as well. I use it all the time. So we've got some information about our database server, versions, etc. over on the right, password options and appearances in the middle, but really what we want to do is click on the database itself that we want to work with. So I'm going to click there over on the left, and then because this is an empty database, there are no tables in it, my only option is to create a table. So the simplest way to think about a database is that it is a collection of tables, and each table could be imagined to be more or less an Excel spreadsheet with a bunch of rows and columns. So if I want to store a bunch of users, I might want to create a table or a spreadsheet with the name users. Unlike an Excel spreadsheet though, I need to specify how many columns I want my table to have. I can change this later on, but I think I want to store an email address, a password, and an ID number for each of my users. So I'm going to put in 3 columns there. All right. So now I need to describe each of my columns and tell the database what type of variable they're going to contain. So I'm going to start off with my ID number. Now it's a very, very good idea to have an ID number in all of your tables. So it should really be the first thing that you put in every time. Not only does it make it easy to find a particular record, but it also actually makes your database more efficient and faster when it comes to finding information in it. So we'll call it ID. It's going to be an integer. So just a whole number there. I don't need to specify any length on values. I don't need to give it a default value. I'm going to miss out those bits there. But what I do want to have is I want to set this as the primary key. And then the database knows that this number is going to be a unique key that we can use to refer to a particular row. And then I'm going to click AI, which is short for auto increment. And that essentially just means it'll add 1 to the ID each time we add a new user, which is a very useful feature. So we don't need to set the ID number manually ourselves. Okay, so now we've got our ID number. We're going to have our email address, which I'll call email. And this time we don't want an integer because it's not a number. I'm going to use a text type there. You can see we've got lots of different types of column, similar to the types of variable that we have, but many more. We're going to look at several of those later on in this section, but I'm just going to go for text for my email field. Finally, we're going to have password as well, and that's going to be text too. We don't need to set default values for any of these, or indeed change any of these more complex options at all. We can add some comments if we want, but I'm just going to leave that blank and then click save. And that will then create our table right here. And you can see there's a number of things that we can do with that table. We can browse the data in it. We can change the structure, so we could add or remove columns or change the types of certain columns, etc. We can search it, we can insert data into it, we can make it empty, or we can drop it or delete it completely. So as we don't have any data yet, let's insert something first of all, and then we'll have a quick browse before we go on to connecting to our database with the PHP script in the next video. So let's add an email address. I'll go for rob@robpercival.co.uk, and then I'm going to very securely use my password as a password. And then we just click go, and then it runs this SQL, which we won't look into in that much detail right now, but we'll be writing stuff like this in just a couple of videos time. You can possibly imagine what this does. It says insert into, and then there's the database name and the table name. And then we've got the 3 column names and then the values for each of those names. So we've got null for ID because that's auto increment. So it's going to be created by itself. And then we've got rob@robpercival.co.uk for the email and my password for the password. And you can see that's been successful because we've got a tick up there. Great. So now that we've added a row to our table, let's just browse and have a look. And you can see now we've got the table itself with an item in it. So it's got an ID of 1 because it's the first one. It's got the email there and it's got the password. So that's pretty much all we're going to look at here. One very quick word on passwords is that you should never store your users' passwords in plain text like I'm doing here. This is very bad because if you get hacked and someone gets access to your database, then they can see all of your users' passwords. So they would be able to access their accounts on your system. But more significantly, because people use the same password for many different accounts, they might well be able to access their PayPal account or even their Twitter account and take control over it. So I'll show you how to properly store passwords later on in this section, but for now, we're just concentrating on how databases work. So there we go. Feel free to have a click around PHPMyAdmin and see what else you can do. But essentially what we've got is a database, is a set of tables, each of which can be thought of as more or less an Excel spreadsheet with columns, in this case ID, email and password, and then rows with particular values in this case an ID of 1, email of rob@robpercival.co.uk, and then password of my password. And then we can have as many of these as we like, and we can search them, we can update them, we can do whatever we like with them. So databases are extremely powerful, they're absolutely critical to web development, but of course we don't want to just work with our database in PHPMyAdmin, we want it to run on our website. And to do that, we need to use a server language, and we're going to do that with PHP. So we'll see how to connect to our database with PHP in the next video. So it's all well and good being able to create and manage our database through PHPMyAdmin, but to be able to do anything useful with it, we need to be able to connect to it with a PHP script. And that's what we're going to do in this video. So I'm going to go back over to FireFTP and create a new folder or directory, and I'm going to call this 7 MySQL. There we go. And then within that folder, I'm going to create a new file, which will be index.php. And that will be what we'll be working with for most of this section. So I'm going to use Command O or Control O in Windows to open that up in brackets. And then I should be able to access that page at completewebdevelopercourse.com/content/7-MySQL. There we go, that looks promising. We've got a blank page so far. Let's just add a quick bit of content here and refresh just to make sure we're all linked up. We are indeed. Wonderful. So the main challenge for this video is to connect using PHP to our database. And that's actually pretty straightforward. We create some new PHP code in the same way that we're used to. And then there's just a single command to connect to a database. And that is mysqli_connect. The I there is short for improved. And some of you may have worked with databases before or searched online and seen mysql_connect like that. That's a very popular way to connect to a database, but I definitely wouldn't recommend it. It's officially deprecated now, which means it's not supported, and it's certainly not as secure as mysqli_connect. If you want to learn more about the differences and why you should use this version rather than just MySQL Connect, then have a quick Google, MySQL versus MySQLi, something like that will give you all the reasons in detail why you should use this version. But if you've never seen this before, then just consider this the best way to connect to a MySQL database. It's worth noting that there is a third way to connect to a database called PDO. And again, if you're interested in these things, feel free to have a Google and check out PDO. But I'm going to go for MySQLi because it's secure, it's supported, and it's much easier to use, I think, than PDO. All right, so we have to pass 3 variables to the MySQLi connect function. And the first one is the server name of our database. Now, because I'm running this script on completewebdevelopercourse.com and I set up my database on completewebdevelopercourse.com as well, I can use what's called localhost. And this is a general keyword that you can use to refer to the server that's running your scripts. You'll also be able to use localhost if you're working with an Apache server on your own machine. If for some reason though your database is on a different server to the script that you're trying to connect to, you can still connect to it, but you need to use the server IP address, which is this one here. So in my case, it's 79.170.44.125. So I would just replace that with the IP address. However, if you are running it on the same server, I would definitely recommend using localhost because the IP address can in some cases change. So I would only use the IP address if you absolutely have to. All right, so that's the server that we want to connect to. Next, we need to give the database username. So that's the whole of this thing here. So cl29-users-bzh. You should put whatever you've got here when you created your database. And finally, of course, we need the password, which is, in my case, that. I may well have changed that password by the time you're watching this video, so don't try and connect to this database. It might not work. You should definitely connect to your own. All right, so that's it. What happens then when we run that script? Absolutely nothing. That's because it's connected to the database, but we haven't told it to do anything with that connection. So it's obviously very useful to know in our script whether or not that connection was successful. And if it's not, then we should give an error message of some sort to the user. So there's a built-in MySQL I connect error function, which will be empty if there's no error, but will contain an error if there is one. So let's echo that for the moment, and let's generate an error by misspelling localhost and putting an E on the end. Let's see what we get. Okay. So you can see we've got an error there. Get address info failed. So it's trying to get the address info for the server and it's failing because it doesn't exist. If I correct that, then the message goes away. So that's pretty much it. Just a very quick challenge for you then. Can you change this code so that instead of just echoing the error, we have an if statement that says if the connection was successful, tell the user it was successful. If it wasn't, tell the user that it wasn't. Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. It's pretty straightforward. We just need an if statement, and then we're going to put that in itself in the if statement, because remember I said it was empty if the connection was successful. So if there is an error, then we should echo there was an error connecting to the database. You should never echo the error itself on a public website because that may give away details as to what you're trying to connect to, which is never good. If there is no error though, that means it's been successful. So again, we'd never actually display this to the user, but for now, we'll just say database connection successful. All right, let's take a look. Wonderful. We're now connected to the database and ready to create some interactive data storing websites. In order to do that, of course, we've got to be able to take data from the database and be able to edit and update that data. And that's what we'll do in the next few videos. The first thing we're going to do then, once we've connected to this database, is retrieve some data from it. So you'll remember that I've saved just one piece of data in this database, that is my email address and password. So we're going to try and get that back from the database and display it in our script. The first thing I'm going to do is change this code slightly so that it doesn't display anything if the database connection was successful, but if the database connection wasn't successful, the script actually stops. And we can do that using the die command, which feels a bit harsh, but to be honest, if we can't do a database connection, then there's no point doing anything else. So we should always have a clause that if the connection fails, the script just stops. All right. The second bit of preparation that we need is to assign a variable to our database connection so that we can refer to it later on. And normally we call that variable link. But you can call it whatever you like, but link is pretty standard. All right. The first step then in querying our database is to create a query. And this is where MySQL comes in. So anything between these two quotes will not be in PHP, it will be in MySQL. So we're learning a whole new language here. But don't worry, it's pretty straightforward. So if we want to select everything from the users table within our database, then we would just say select, and our symbol for everything in SQL is star. So this means select everything from, and then the table name, which is users. And that's it. That's our way of saying select everything from our users table. Notice the capitalization there. It's not necessary. This code will work fine without it, but it is conventional that with MySQL you capitalize the standard MySQL keywords, and that just makes the whole thing easier to read. But if you experiment, you'll find that that works just as well. It's just not as easy or as conventional to read as with the capitalization. Right, so that's all we need from our SQL side. We just need to now run the query using our link connection to this database. And we do that in a few steps. So step 1 is to actually do the query. And we do this using MySQL I underscore query. And then we give the database connection that we want to do the query over. So in this case, link. And then we give the query itself. So I've called that query. And that will do the query, but it won't actually return the results. So the way we'd normally use this would be to put an if statement around it to check to see whether it's been successful. So if that works, it will return true. So for now, we can say query was successful. And just before we run that, I need to add the database name to the MySQLi connect command up here. So on the Eco web hosting servers, as on many web hosts, the database name and the database username are the same. So I'm just going to copy that part and put it at the end there. And this is the database name. If you're using a different web host or a different system, then you should check to see whether the database username and name are different. All right, let's have a look then. We'll run this and query was successful. Fantastic. So that's all well and good, but we want to actually get the data back from that query. So how do we do that? Well, first we assign a variable to the result of the MySQLi query, and normally we call that result. So now we can use the variable result to refer to this query. And if it was successful, then we can get the results from it. And we do that using MySQLi fetch array, like that. And then we say that we want to fetch the array associated with this query or this result. And normally that will be a row of the database. So we normally call that row, like that. Okay, so let's print out that array. Remember, print R is print a readable version of an array. And there we go. So our first real proof that we have connected to that database, we've got our data back in the form of an associative array with the ID, email, and password. Notice that each variable there can be accessed in two different ways. Might be slightly clearer if I look at the source. So you can use 0, 1, and 2 to refer to the ID, email, and password, or you can use, probably more usefully, their variable names, so ID, email, and password. All right, very quick challenge then, just to show that you know how to use that array. Can you make it so that instead of displaying the contents of the array, it says your email is, and then robert.percival.co.uk, and your password is, and then my password. Go for it. All right, that should have been fairly straightforward. Two different ways to do it, of course. So we could say your email is, and then we're taking the row array and using email, and your password is, and then we want the password field in the array as well. And we're obviously appending that in the usual way with periods or full stops. Take a look. There we go. Wonderful. And you could also have done it using the numbered fields, although not 0. That would have got you the ID, 1 and 2. And that will do exactly the same thing. All right, that's as far as we're going to go in this video. There's a lot more that you can do with querying. Obviously, being able to select everything from the database is not what you want to do most of the time. But we're going to take a quick break from querying, and we're going to see how to add and update data in a database, and then we'll look at more advanced queries to select the data that we want, and also to loop through if we get multiple results. Now that we've seen how to retrieve data from a database, let's see how we add it in. So you would use this, for example, if someone's signing up to your website. Once they've signed up successfully, you'll want to add their username and their password to your database so that they can log in later on as well. So we do this in a similar way to how we retrieved the data. We start off with a query, and then we're going to write some MySQL, and that's going to insert the data that we need. So as before, it's fairly straightforward SQL. It's insert into, so we're obviously inserting some data into a table, and then the table that we want to insert into is users. And then we put the names of the fields that we want to insert values into, and then we have a pair of parentheses, and inside these parentheses we're going to put the names of the fields that we want to include values for. So those two fields for us are email and password. Now you can just leave them like that, but it's a good habit to get into to surround them with those quotes there. It's essentially an acute accent, and for me it's next to the Z key on my keyboard. It's not quite a quote, but it's what we used to contain the names of fields in MySQL, and we also use it to contain the names of tables if you want to. Again, that will work with or without, but it is a good habit to get into. And then we put the values that we want to have for them. And again, these are in parentheses, but for values we use the normal single quotes. So I've already signed up to this. So let's have Kirsten at kirstenpercival.co.uk as our next user. So I'm putting her in single quotes there. And then let's give her a decent password. There we go. She's much more secure than I am. So that's our query. That's our SQL. And then to run that query, we do it in the same way that we did before. So MySQL I_query, and then link and query. All right, that won't return anything in itself other than a success, but we will be able to see in phpMyAdmin that it's been added. So let's just save that and run it. And the results will be exactly the same, because this code that we've got here only returns the first item. We'll see how to return more than one item in the next video. So let's jump back into phpMyAdmin to see if this really has worked. A quick way to get there, if you know the IP address of your database, is to start typing the IP address. So for us it's 79.170.44.125 and then /phpMyAdmin. And then that will take you straight to phpMyAdmin, and from there you can enter the username and password for the database itself. And that will get you in. Okay. So fingers crossed, we now have a new item of data in our users table, and there it is. Fantastic. So let's just add one more item. So let's put Tommy in here. He can be at gmail.com. And we'll give him probably the sort of password that he'll go for when he grows up. So let's refresh that. And there we go. So now we've got 3 items in our database. What if we want to update some of these? So say someone wants to change their email address or change their password. Well, that's actually pretty straightforward as well. So I'm just going to comment out that query to leave it in there, but we don't want to add those every time we run the script. So let's have a new query. And this is going to be an update query. So say we want to update my email address to something else, then we can have update and then the table name contained by the acute accents there. So we want to update the users table and we want to set the email to, and then let's say I change my email address to robpercival80@gmail.com. Now, if I ran that query, that would update the email address of all of these to robpercival80@gmail.com, which is something we obviously do not want to do. And it's a very dangerous sort of a query to have, because if you code it wrong, you could lose all the data in your database. So we want to set a where instruction, which limits which rows of the table will be updated. So you can see my ID is 1. So we can limit that to where ID is equal to 1. And that will only update the users table for my particular row. And what I like doing is something that is kind of an extra safety net, that whenever you're doing an update, you should always put a limit at the end. And what that does is simply limits the number of rows that it will update. So if you're only expecting one user to be updated, then put limit 1 at the end. And that just saves you from writing a piece of bad code or making a mistake, which then updates the whole of your database and loses you a bunch of data, which is definitely something you want to avoid. All right, so let's have a look. Okay, you can see that actually worked straight away, because that first result that's returned been changed from rob@robpercival.co.uk to robpercival80@gmail.com. But if we have a look in the database on phpMyAdmin as well, you can see that that's updated there. Great. Here's a mini challenge for you then. Can you change my password to something rather more secure than that, but instead of using the ID in the where, I'd like you to use my email address. Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. So let's just get rid of all of this. Obviously the first bit stays the same, update users, and this time we want to set the password equal to, and then let's just pick some random string. There we go. In single quotes, of course. And we want to do that this time where email is equal to, and then robpercival80@gmail.com. And because this is a string, we need to put it in single quotes. When we had ID equals 1, 1 is not a string here, it's stored as an integer, so we didn't need quotes. But for a string, you do. And just to be safe, we'll pop limit 1 on the end. Okay, let's take a look. Brilliant. That's updated the password as well. Great. So that's how we insert and update data in our database. In the next video, we'll see how we can return more than one result from a query, and also how we can do more advanced queries that allow us to select particular columns from our database and to be more fussy about the sort of users that get selected as well. See you there. Great. So now we know how to insert items into our database and how to update them once they're there. What we're now going to look at is how to return more than one item from our database, and how we can do some fancy select queries. So we can select users in a number of different ways. All right, so first off, let's just update our output here so we're getting the whole of the information in the row. And then we actually only need to change a very small part of this. We just add in a while loop, and this is then a container for our row, like that. So each time we run the command mysqli fetch array, we're actually fetching a new row. So if we run it several times, we'll get all of the rows that have been selected by this query. So in our case, we should get 3 rows, i.e. all the rows in the table. So let's have a look. There we go. Let's have a look at the output. You can see we've got these 3 arrays here. We do have an undefined query. Oh, there we go. Because I didn't get rid of my query there. There we go. Okay, so that's now returned everything in the database, and we could do something with that data if we wanted to, either display it to the user or update it, or even delete it if we wanted to. So how do we become a bit more selective about what we're querying from the database? Well, we actually do it in exactly the same way that we updated the data in the previous video, and that is with a where clause at the end. And what we might want to do then, for example, we might want to get the users with ID equal to 1. What would that return? Pretty easy. It would return the user with an ID of 1, i.e. me. So let's change that to search for Kirsten's user by email address. We just put email equals and then put our email address in quotes like that, and that will then return just Kirsten. There we go. We can do a lot more than that though. So what if we wanted to return all the users whose email was at gmail.com? Well, that's actually pretty easy. We change our equal sign to a like keyword, and then if we leave that as it is, that actually will return the same thing because it's searching for where email address is like Kirsten at kirstenpercival.co.uk. But the advantage of using like means that we can put a variety of symbols in our query. For example, the % symbol. And the % symbol in MySQL essentially means anything. So if I put the % symbol and then gmail.com, this essentially means select everything from the users table where the email ends in gmail.com, i.e. it's something and then gmail.com. So this should return me and Tommy. There we go. So here's a mini challenge for you. Can you return everyone in our database who has a P, the letter P, anywhere in their email address? Go for it. Hope you managed it. It's just a matter of putting % and then P and then another %. So this just means anything and then a P and then anything else. So it essentially looks for the letter P anywhere in the email address. So that returns me and Kirsten, but not Tommy. We can also use greater than or less than symbols. So if we wanted to return everyone whose ID was 2 or more, then we could use select star from users where ID is greater than or equal to 2. And that should return Kirsten and Tommy. There we go. We can also return just a single column. So say that we know we only needed the email address, then it's a bit wasteful to return all this other information as well. So we could just put email inside these acute accents there, and then that would just return the email address. That's a rather more efficient way of dealing with databases if you know what you're going to need in advance. We can also combine where clauses. So let's say if we wanted to find everyone with an ID of greater than or equal to 2 with a T in their email address, then we would put an AND statement there, and then %T, %, and I have put a capital T on purpose there to show you that we're case insensitive here. So none of these have got a capital T, but they have got little t's, and therefore they're returned. If I change that to a G, then we should just get Tommy returned, because Kirsten doesn't have a G in her email address. So I think you get the idea. To our table, and I'm going to do that in phpMyAdmin. So I'm going to click Structure, and then Add one columns at the end of table. Go, and the column I'm going to add is name, and that's going to be a text field. There we go. So now let's browse, and I'm going to just double click there to update my name. And for some reason, I've decided to refer to myself as Rob O'Grady. Feel free to search for that name online to see if I've been using it anywhere. But really what I'm interested in is, of course, that it has that single quote in it. So if now I wanted to select the user with the name Rob O'Grady, I might start off storing the name in a variable, and then I might put it in double quotes like that to save me from having to escape the character by putting a backslash in front of it there. So now, can you update the query string so it returns the users who have a name of Rob O'Grady using this variable name? Go for it. Did you manage it? It was a bit of a trick, but what I was expecting you to do was keeping that part of the query and then changing the where clause to where name equals, and then in single quotes we have the name. So I'm using my concatenating full stop or period there to bring the name variable into the string, and it's inside these single quotes. So that looks like it should work, but if we save it and run it, you'll see we don't get any response at all. And that's because what MySQL is interpreting the name string as is Rob O and then a single quote. So that single quote is interpreted by MySQL as ending this string. So it says it starts with the single quote and then it ends after Rob O. In fact, if we just echo out the query, you'll see that in a bit more detail. So it starts with select email from users where name equals, and then this Rob O is interpreted as a single string, and then the Grady on the end is just another strange word as far as MySQL is concerned, and then there's another single quote there. So this is not a valid piece of MySQL, so it's not processed by the database. There is, however, an easy fix to this, and that is we can use the function mysqli underscore real underscore escape underscore string. So it's a bit of a beast, but it's well named because it escapes any nasty characters that might cause problems in our code. So we actually have to put the database link in there as well, as with our other mysqli functions. But what this will essentially do is add backslashes where necessary to escape potentially corrupting characters that are going to break our SQL. So let's have a look now. If we run that, it returns fine. So as a general rule of thumb, whenever you're putting a variable into a MySQL string, I would recommend just always escaping it using that function. There's another even more important reason to escape your strings, and that is if there's any chance that the user can edit that string. If you don't use this function, then the user could pretty easily get access to your whole database by putting in a malicious string, which is designed to end your query and start a new one, which could, for example, select everything in your database and extract all your users' data. These are called SQL injection strings. And if you want to find out more about that and how you protect your website from them, then just have a Google of SQL injections. But a very good protection is simply to use this whenever you are taking a variable and putting it into a MySQL string. Then you won't go too far wrong. All right, I'm going to set you a quick challenge then to put all of this together and try and do it without referring back if you possibly can. The idea of this is to get the MySQLi commands in your head. So this is just going to be a very simple sign-up form where you're going to ask for an email and a password. And then when they submit the form, check that the email and password have been entered. Then check that the email address is not already registered. And if all of that's okay, sign the user up, i.e. put them into your database. It doesn't have to look pretty. We're not using Bootstrap or anything here. We just want something that works. Go for it. All right. Hope you managed that. Let's give it a shot. So I'm going to have a form with a method of post. You could use get, but I wouldn't recommend it, especially when passwords are involved. And then in this form, we're going to have an input with a name of email, and we'll give it a placeholder of email address. Then we'll have another input with a name of password and a type of password and a placeholder of password. And actually, we should probably have a type for the first one as well. It's going to be text, which is the default type, but it's always good to have types for all of your inputs. And then finally, we'll have input with a type of submit and a value of sign up. All right, simple as that. Let's have a look. Oh, forgot that we were viewing the source there. Let's go back and actually view the database itself. Excellent. So there's email and password. You can see LastPass is trying to predict things for me, but I'll just ignore that. All right, let's now check at the beginning of our script if we have some post variables, and we're going to do that using the function that we saw before, array key exists, and we're looking for the key email in the array post. And we'll add in an OR to see if they've entered a password. It's pretty unlikely that they will just enter a password, but it is possible. And I think I'll just do a print R if that is the case, just to check. There we go. So we've got our email and our password. And then we'll check to see if the email address and password fields actually have values, i.e. the user has typed something in. So we'll check to see if email is empty. And if it is, we'll echo that the email address is required. Like that. And if it's not, that means that we have an email address. So let's just check for a password. And if that's not there, then we'll tell them, that the password is required. All right, so let's take a look at that. If I now put in an email address, it tells me that the password's required. If I put in a password, it tells me that the email address is required. If I put in both, it does nothing, which is great. Okay, so now we want to check to see if the user exists in our database or not. That's the third and final error that we might see. So let's start off with our query. And we want to select, and let's just select ID from the database, because it'll be more efficient because we don't need everything else. We just need something to tell us whether or not that item is already there. And we want to select it from the users table, where the email address is equal to, and this is where we need our MySQL I real escape string. And we want to escape the email address that they've entered. And then close that and end our query. All right. If you did manage to succeed with this challenge, but you didn't put that in, then a small slap on the wrist for you, because your form was very insecure and open to SQL injections. Oops, and let's not forget to put our link in there as well. And then we run our query. So this is going to be MySQL I query. And we want to send the database link and the query itself. And then we want to check if there's any results in this query. So one way to do that would be to fetch the results as we did before. But I just want to show you one more way that we can do that, which is slightly more efficient. We can use MySQL I and then num rows and result. And this will return the number of rows in the result without actually having to get all the rows themselves. So efficiency is not particularly important in a tiny setup like this, but if you've got a massive website that people are logging into all the time, it does make all the difference. So we should try and be efficient where we possibly can. So if we check to see if the number of rows is greater than 0, then if it is, we'll say to the user that email address has already been taken. All right, hope that makes sense. Let's take a look. So I'm going to put in an email address that has already been taken, robpercival80@gmail.com, put in a password, and then sign up. So that email address has already been taken. Fantastic. If I put in one that hasn't been taken yet and a password, we should not get that error. Wonderful. All right, so the final thing to do then is to actually sign the user up if they've been successful. So we'll do that, of course, with another query. And here we're going to insert into the users table, and the columns that we're going to provide are email and password, and the values that we're going to give for them are, I'm just going to copy this bit here. So MySQLi real estate string with the link and the email. So that's the email address. And then something very similar for the password. And we'll just close those parentheses there and then end our command. And then we want to run that query. So that'll be MySQLi query link, comma, query. And we'll do a quick check here to see if that's been successful. If it has, we'll echo, you have been signed up. And if not, for now, we'll just say there was a problem signing you up. Please try again later. So that of course should never happen, but it's always good to check and make sure that everything has worked in the way that you think it has. So let's just try submitting that one more time. Oh, got an error on line 34. Ah yes, because we're not actually running the query here. I don't need a closed parentheses. I just need to close the string. All right, we'll try that once more. And there we go. You have been signed up. And we may well have been logged out of phpMyAdmin now, but let's have a quick look. Yep, we have. So we'll log back in using the password that we're using in our script. And we should see, there we go. We've got a new email address with a password. So one quick note about passwords. As I mentioned before, we should never have our passwords like this in just plain text. And in a couple of videos time, I'll show you the good way to store passwords in your database. Before that though, I want to show you two ways of actually logging users in or signing them up, because it's all well and good to tell them they've been signed up and then put onto a database, but then they're going to click on another link, and we want a way to know on that new link that this user is logged in, and we should show them some information about their account or whatever it is. And there are two primary ways to do that: sessions and cookies. And we're going to look at both of those in the next two videos, starting with sessions. So now we know how to create a sign-up form and save the user's data on our database. We need to have a way of actually keeping them signed into our website so that we know who they are and can show them the right information. And one way to do that is with session variables. So I'm actually going to do that on a new PHP file for reasons that I'll show you later on. So let's create a file called session.php. And then I'll use Command O or Control O on Windows to open it in my text editor. And then we'll just change the URL here to session.php. And I'll do a quick test to make sure everything's connected up. There we go. Great. So to use session variables, we first have to start our session. And we do that using session_start. Simple enough. And then to use the session variables, we do it in exactly the same way as with get and post. So if I wanted to set up session username, for example, I might do something like that and then set it equal to Rob Percival. So now I've created a session variable. So what's special about that? Well, the great thing about it is that this session variable will remain live while the user is browsing our website, as long as they don't shut down their browser. So what I mean by that is, if I echo the session variable username, then obviously first time I do it, it comes up with Rob Percival. There we go. But the great thing is, if I now take out that line and run the code again, it still knows what that username variable is. So this is a great way of keeping a user essentially logged in, because at the beginning of each of your scripts you can check to see if there's a session variable for username, and if it is, then show the username the logged in page. If not, then you'll probably show them a login or a sign up page. One quick thing to note is that you can use session variables on different pages of your website, but you need to have session start at the beginning of each page. If you load a page on your site without session start, then that will lose the session. It's also a good idea to avoid putting any HTML code before you start your session, because that can break your session as well. All right, so let's close that down for a moment, and let's go back to our index.php file over here, and let's start our session here as well, and then let's just make sure that we can access that username variable. And there you go, you can see that we can. So that's a completely different script on our server, but we've still got the session variable. All right, so that's great. To give you a bit more of an idea about how we might use this in practice, I'm going to change our script so that when the user is signed up, it doesn't just sign them up, but it adds their email address as a session variable and then redirects them to a second page, which then would show them some information about their new account. So we can do that pretty easily. We'll just set session email equal to the email address that they signed up with. And then we'll do the redirect, which we do by setting a header. And that header is a new location. And the location is the location of the script that we want to send them. I'm going to send them to my session.php file, so we'll just call it session.php. So now this will add them into the database and then add their email to a session variable and then redirect them to our new logged in page. So now this is the challenge bit for you. We're now editing session.php. What I want you to do is check to see if there is a session email variable, and if there is, show them a bit of text like you are logged in, and if not, redirect them back to the initial login page. So if they are logged in, show them any kind of login text, and if they're not, redirect them back to the page with the login form. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. That was quite a tricky one. But we could do something like if session email exists, then echo you are logged in. And obviously what we would actually do in reality is show them the homepage for our app or whatever it was. And if not, so if they're trying to go to the logged in page but they're not logged in, then we're going to redirect them using header and then location, and we want to send them back to index.php. All right, so we've got two scripts working together there. Let's see if we can make them work. I do still have my session username there. I'm just going to get rid of that to avoid any confusion. There we go. So let's sign up with a new email address. We'll use rob@me.com. Put in a random password and then click sign up. So now, there we go. It's saying you are logged in, and that's actually on a completely new page on our site. So what we've done there is pretty powerful. We've said that as long as the user doesn't close their browser down, they can navigate from one page to another on our site, and our site will know who they are and that they are logged in. So we've essentially got a login system up and running. So that's pretty good. But what if you want your user sessions to be a bit more persistent? You want them to continue even if the user shuts down their browser and comes back a few days later. Well, for that, we use cookies, and I'll show you how they work in the next video. Now that we know with sessions, we can store a variable that lasts as long as the user has our website open in their browser. This is pretty good, but sometimes we might want to keep them logged in for longer, and for that, we would use cookies. Now, cookies have got themselves a bit of a bad reputation, mostly because they're often used to track users as they go around the web, but we'll be using them for a completely legitimate purpose of keeping our users logged into our website after they've closed the browser. So let's see how we use cookies in PHP. I'm going to go back to our index.php and get rid of all of this, as we won't be using it again. So with cookies, they work quite differently to sessions. We don't need to start a cookie session or anything like that. We just use the set cookie function to create a cookie, and then we give the cookie a variable name. So that might be something like customer ID, and then we give it a value. So that might be 1234. And then the difference between a session variable is that with a cookie, we need to give an expiry date. So that can be any time in the future. And the usual way to do this is to use the time command to get the current time on the server. And that will return a big number in seconds. And then we just add to that the number of seconds that we want it to last. So if we want our cookie to last 24 hours, for example, then we'd take 60 seconds multiplied by 60. So that gives us the number of seconds in an hour, and then 24 hours. So that cookie would expire in a day's time. If we want to keep it there for 5 days, we'd multiply that by 5. If we wanted to keep it there for a year, then we'd multiply by 365. So let's keep our cookie down to a day for now. And once we've set our cookie, we can access it in the usual way. So we'd use something like cookie to get the cookie array, and then customer ID. So let's have a look. And there we go. So you can see we've got the cookie value. And of course, if we comment out the cookie, we can still use it there. And if I shut down that browser tab completely, open up a new one and find my page, the cookie value will still be there. And that's pretty much all there is to it, except I do want to show you how to remove a cookie when necessary. So if the user logs out of your website, you're going to want to delete that cookie permanently. And there's a slightly counterintuitive way of doing that. And what you do is you set cookie again with the same name. And it really doesn't matter what value you put here, but for reasons that I'll explain in a minute, it's best to put an empty string for the value. And then you just put a time in the past. So it can be any time in the past, but I normally use an hour in the past just to be sure. And that's it. So that will essentially unset the cookie, but it will only unset it on the next load of the page. So be aware of that. You can see it's still displayed the cookie, even though we've officially got rid of it there. But if we run that script again, then you can see it doesn't exist. That customer ID is undefined. So bear in mind that when you remove a cookie like that, it doesn't remove until the next page load. And you will have noticed as well that it still gave the value of 1234, not an empty value. So this empty string just reminds us that we're not actually updating the value of the cookie. We're not actually changing it at all. We're just changing the time that it expires. So if you want to update the value of the cookie, then you would just use it in the normal way. So let's change it to test, and let's create our cookie in the future. And if we now do that, you can see that we've updated the value there. So to update the value of the cookie, you just do that in the way that you would a get or a post or any array variable, and that will update immediately. But if you want to get rid of it, then you set it in the past, but bear in mind it'll take 2 refreshes of the page for it to disappear. There we go. So that's how to work with cookies. We've now just got one more video to go before we begin our big PHP and MySQL project, the Secret Diary web app. And in this last video, I'll show you how to store your users' passwords securely. All right, so now that we've figured out how to log our user in using both sessions and cookies, there's one more thing that we need to understand before we make our first website using a login system, our Secret Diary project, and that is how to store users' passwords securely. Now, this is quite a complex topic, and what I'm going to tell you here is definitely not everything that there is to know about website security, but it's everything you need to get your users' passwords as secure as they can be. So let's first off see how we're doing things at the moment and realize why that's such a bad idea. So at the moment in our system, our password is just stored as plain text. So that's perfectly fine from a user's point of view. We can just log them in, test their password against the one that they've entered, and we'll get them in. But if someone gets access to our database, then obviously they can just access all of our user accounts. That's pretty bad, but it's even worse that most people use the same password for a number of different websites. So not only could they access your user's account on your website, but they might well be able to access their PayPal, their Twitter account, and many worse websites besides. So we need to encrypt the password in some way. But that encryption has to work in such a way that when the user enters their password, we can still test what they've entered against the encryption that we have stored. So there is a process designed specifically for this, and this is known as creating a hash for a particular string. And there's one well-established type of hash that we normally use in PHP, and that is MD5. And the MD5 function essentially takes a string. So let's say our user has a very bad password and does a one-way encryption on it. So it essentially turns it into a long alphanumeric string that is very hard to reverse encrypt. But given the initial string, it's the same output every time. So if we stored this in our database, then when the user tried to log in, we could MD5 it and then check that against our database, and we would then know that the user had the password correct. So this is known as one-way encryption because it's easy to go one way, and this result is unique for that word, but it's hard to go the other way. So you might think we're done, right? We can just store the MD5 hash of our users' passwords in our database and no one can go the other way. Unfortunately not. Because the MD5 string is unique to each original string, hackers can quite easily create long lists of MD5s for commonly used passwords. And you can actually check this for yourself online using a website such as crackstation.net. So if we take our long string here, paste it into crackstation.net, put in the captcha, then it will check that hash against its known hashes, and you can see it's got the password straight away. So that's the problem. Because this is a unique one-way hash, common passwords will be detectable by your hackers, and we don't want that. Note that if we do have a properly complex password, something like that, and I then save that and apply MD5 to that, then this will be secure. So anyone who has a good password in your database, will still be secured with this method because it won't be on a pre-created list. But that's not good enough for us. We want even the people who have weak passwords to be able to feel secure with our system. So how are we going to achieve that? Well, you could think of this as level 2 encryption. It's definitely better than not encrypting at all, but it's not the best we can do. So how might we get to level 3? Well, level 3 encryption adds something known as a salt. And that is essentially a long string of usually numbers and letters, but it could contain anything, which then we put in front of the password each time. And what we're effectively doing there is turning a weak password into a strong one. And then, if we see what the MD5 result of that is, and we attempt to crack that, it should fail. There we go. So this is pretty good and definitely better than level 2, but we're not quite there yet, because especially if you've got a large number of users, then it's possible for the hacker to get hold of that salt somehow and then work out the MD5s for that salt and commonly used passwords, and that would still enable them to decrypt the commonly used passwords. So what's our final top level 4 encryption? Well, what we do is we have a different salt for every item in the database. And that's actually quite easy to create. We can use something like the ID for that particular row. So let's imagine that we've got a row ID of 73. We can then MD5 the row ID and use that as a salt. And then because we've got a different salt for every user in our database, it's still not 100% impossible for the hacker to get hold of one of the salts. But if they do, that doesn't give them access to any of the other passwords, and they have to start from scratch with each user. So essentially, it will be such a long and complicated process that it's probably not worth it for the hacker to try and decode even commonly used passwords if you do it this way. The other advantage of doing it this way is that you don't even need to store your hash anywhere, because it's just calculated from something in your database. One extra point to bear in mind is that you should make sure that you use something absolutely static for your variable salt here, that is static per user. So don't use the user's email address, for example, because they might change their email address. And if they do, then your hashing system will break, or at least you'll have to update the password with the new hash with a new email address. So better to use something absolutely fixed, like the ID number. So there we go. This is our secure as we can possibly manage way of storing passwords. And we're now ready to build our complete login system for our secret diary website. We'll do that in the next video. Congratulations on making it to the end of the MySQL section of the Complete Web Developer course. You've covered a huge amount, and we've been working steadily towards creating our own web app with a completely functional login system. And that's what we're going to be doing in this challenge. So I've split it into 2 parts, and I'm first going to show you the final output of what we're going to be making, and then I'll show you what we're aiming for in this first video. So obviously we've got a nice looking Bootstrap styled page, and we can switch between sign up and login by clicking the link at the bottom there. If we try and sign up without a password or something like that, we get nice error messages. And once we do sign up, I'll just use a random email address, we are treated to a lovely big text area where the user can enter their deepest thoughts and they are updated in the database as soon as the user has typed them. So they don't even need to click a save button. And then of course, the user can log out and come back to the home page. So that's what we're going to be producing. It's pretty cool. But what we're after in this first video is something a lot less pretty, but not necessarily a lot less functional. So what I want to do here is kind of abstract the login system. So we've got a sign up form and a login form, both of which have an option to stay logged in, which is going to create a cookie to keep the user logged in permanently, even if they shut down the browser. And this has got all of the same validation built in, but when you sign up or log in successfully, it just logs you into a page that says you are logged in and gives them the option to log out. So the reason I've separated it is because this will give you a robust and flexible login system that you could use for pretty much any site that required user sign up. So you've got all the skills to do this yourself. I hope it goes well. Go for it. All right then, here goes. I'm going to begin by making the HTML sign-up form. And this is going to be pretty similar to the form that we made a few videos ago, with the exception that we're also going to allow the user to stay logged in using a cookie. So here goes. We're going to have a form, and I'm going to stick with post. And then I'm going to have an input with a type of email. It's going to have a name of email as well, and a placeholder of your email. Then we'll have similar for the password. So type of password, name equals password, and placeholder. Let's just have password. And then we're going to have a checkbox with a name of stay logged in and a value of 1. And finally, we're going to have an input with a type of submit and a value of sign up. All right, let's take a look. Oop, that's fine, except don't know what I'm doing with my checkbox. Should have been an input with a type of checkbox. Let's just try that again. Great. Obviously, we'll add the labels for these later on. But for now, let's just do a quick test. Sign up, so it seems to be submitting the form well. And then let's just add some PHP to test first off if there is a post variable. So if array key exists, and one way around looking for the email or password is to actually look for the submit, which if they click on that button to submit the form, which they have to submit the form, there's definitely going to be a submit variable in there. So we could actually look for array key exists and look for the submit key within the post array. And if that does exist, for now, we'll just display the post values. So let's just fill those in again. And there we go. So we've got email, we've got password, stay logged in, and submit. Excellent. So let's do some validation. We'll have an error variable, which is initially empty, and then if they haven't entered an email address, we'll append to the error an email address is required. And we'll do the same for password. And I'm not going to do any email validation to check that it's a valid email, or I'm not going to have multiple password fields to check against each other as well. Just for simplicity, we've done those before and you can add those if you like. So then we'll say, if there is an error, i.e. the error string is not empty, then we'll say something like error equals, there were errors in your form, and then we'll have the specific error messages. And I'll just pop a line break again at the end of each of those. Not that it's really needed at the end of the password, but we might want to add further ones on, and it's not going to break anything. So then down here, as we've seen before, we'll have a div with an ID of error, and we'll echo the error message there, which will obviously be blank if there isn't one. Okay, so let's try putting just an email address in. Oh, it does have to be valid. Oh, yep, that's very strange of me. I changed error to password for some reason. Try that again. Excellent. There are errors in your form, a password is required. And similarly, if I put a password in, then we get an email address error. If I put an email address in and a password, then we don't get any errors. Brilliant. All right, so if there isn't an error, our next step is to see if that email address is taken. And for that, we'll need access to our database. So I've got my control panel up and ready to go here. I'm going to create a new database because we're doing everything from scratch. So I'm clicking on MySQL databases, and I'm going to call it secret DI. And notice that you're limited to 9 characters here. So I'm just going to leave it as that. If you're using a different system, you may be able to have a longer name, but it doesn't really require one, so that will work fine. And then we'll generate a password and create the database. Great. So then let's scroll down to get the details. There we go. That's what we're going to need to connect. But first off, let's jump into phpMyAdmin and create the data structure. So I'd always recommend using something like phpMyAdmin to manage your database. So when you're actually creating tables or columns, then do that in a nice interface like this, and then use your code to just add and edit and search items within your database as necessary. So we'll just call it users again. And I'm going to have 5 columns. I never know quite how many columns I'm going to need, but 5 seems reasonable. And if you don't use them all, then that's fine anyway. So I'm going to start as always with an ID. That's an integer, and it's going to auto increment, and it's going to be a primary key. Then I'm going to have the email address. I'm going to have my password, and I'm going to have my diary. So that's going to be the actual content of the diary, which we obviously won't need until later on, but we'll put it in now anyway. And those two will be text. I think that's all we'll need. We'll find out later on. Okay, so now if we look at that, obviously there's no users in there as yet. So now it's time to connect to our database from our script. So we'll do that here. So we'll have a link, which is going to be MySQLi connect. And we're on the same server as our database server, so I can use localhost. If we weren't, I would have to use that IP address there. Then we have the username. For our database. Then we're going to have the password, but while I've got it in my clipboard, remember on Eco Web Hosting, the database name is the same as the username. So I'm going to paste that in there as well. And then we can grab the password and put that in there too. Then we'll do our check to see if there is a MySQLi connect error. And if there is, then we'll end the script and we'll just put a database connection error. All right, with any luck though, we'll be connected to the database. And then when we're here, we can do our check to see if there is a user with the email address that our new user has entered. So let's set up a query. It's going to be select ID from users, where email is equal to, and then we're going to use MySQLi real escape string, and then the post email variable, so that you'll remember escapes any strange characters and any naughtiness that the user might be using to access our system. And I'll pop a limit on there. Not that it really matters, but I like to have a limit unless it's really not necessary. Then we'll run the query. So result is MySQLi query using the link and the query. And using link there just has reminded me that I've forgotten to put it in there for the MySQLi real escape string as well. Then I'm going to check MySQLi num rows, as we saw before, from the result. And I want to see if that is bigger than 0. And if it is, we'll echo that email address is taken. Or in fact, let's not echo it. Let's set our error variable equal to it, and then it will be echoed down there. And if that's not the case, we actually want to sign the user up. So let's run our query. This is going to be insert into users, and we're inserting 2 fields, email and password, and the values for those fields are going to be the email address, which we've already got escaped right there, and also the password, which remember we're going to hash, but I want to hash it with the ID of the user in the database, and we don't know what that is yet. So I'm going to very temporarily store the password unhashed, and then we'll immediately update it. Okay, and then we'll run that query. And just before we do the updating the password bit, I'm just going to run this because I've written a lot of code there. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some errors in it. So let's have a look while we're still working. Ah, yes. I often forget my link. And actually, let's add a check to see if that's worked. I think I'll check specifically if it hasn't worked. Then we'll add an error. Could not sign you up. Please try again later. And for now, let's have a quick echo sign up. Successful. So that's what we want to see. Let's have a look. All right, we've got something that looks very promising there. Let's have a look in the database. Hurrah! We have our new user. Fabulous. So now then, if the user tries to sign up again with those details, it should say that email address is taken. So the next thing to do then is update the password to a properly hashed password. And to do that, we'll need the ID of the inserted row, which we could get by doing a query from it. But there's actually a really nice way of getting that ID. And that is using MySQL insert ID. And that actually gives us the ID of the most recently inserted element in our database, which is really handy. So that's going to give us what we need. So that means I want to update the password using an MD5 hash involving this. So let's set up our query. And we want to update, I'll just get rid of that for the moment, update users. And we want to set password equal to, and we want to do an MD5 of the posted password. But you'll remember we want to salt that with an MD5 of the MySQL insert ID. So this will take the MySQL insert ID, so the ID of the row that we've just created. It will MD5 it. It will then append that to the password that they've put in. It'll MD5 that, and then it will set that to be the password for our user. And we want to set that to be the case where the ID is equal to, and again, we want MySQL insert ID. We could stop there, but I'm going to pop a limit 1 on the end, just in case something goes horribly wrong. All right. Then once again, we'll run the query. So link and query. And then that should encode the password for us. So let's have a new user at gmail.com with some password, and then we'll sign them up. Aha, we've got a good warning there. The MySQL insert ID does require the link variable to go in there. So let's have another new user at Gmail with a very simple password. Okay, we've got sign up successful. That's looking good. Let's now have a look at our database, and we should find, there we go. So our other new user has a nicely hashed password in there, and let's get rid of these unsecure ones. because they're dirtying our database as it stands. We don't want that. All right. So now we're going to set up the sessions and, if requested, the cookie. So let's start by adding session start to the beginning of our script. And then we'll set the session ID to be equal to, again, MySQLi insert ID. So the ID of our new user. And finally, we'll check to see if they have requested to stay logged in. And that will be the case if stay logged in is equal to 1. And if it is, then we'll set a cookie as well. So that's going to be ID. It's going to have a value of MySQLi insert ID link and a time of the current time plus 1 minute, then an hour, 24, and why not go for the whole hog, 365. So that will really keep them logged in for a long time. All right, so now we've set the session and the cookie, we're going to do a redirect. So I'm just going to nip back to FireFTP and create a new file. And this is going to be logged in page.php. We're only going to have one logged in page, so I can just call it that, but you're going to probably want to be a little bit more descriptive with your file names. So logged in page, we're then going to edit. And this is going to be pretty simple. So we're going to start our session. And we're going to check to see if there's a cookie. So I'll do it using array key exists. And the key that we're looking for is ID. And we're looking for it in the cookie array. And if that's the case, then we'll set the session ID equal to the cookie ID. So that's a pretty simple way to have a session and cookie set up in one go. So if the user has a cookie, then we update the session to equal it, and then we can refer to the session everywhere else. And essentially we just recreate the session every time that we need to. And then we'll check to see if there's a session. So again, if array key exists, and this time we're looking for the same key, but we're looking in the session array. So if that's the case, we'll echo logged in, and we'll give them a link to log out. And the way I'm going to do this is to link back to index.php, but with a flag saying logout is equal to 1. So that's a get variable, which essentially says log me out. And we'll deal with that back in index.php. So that will be our logout link. And we'll have a paragraph there as well. Okay, so that's if they are logged in. If they're not logged in, I'm just going to redirect them back to the home page. And we do that with a header of location index.php. Okay. So let's check first off that the redirect works when they're logged out. So if we run to logged in page.php, it should, there we go, link us straight back to index.php, which has acquired a warning. We'll deal with that in a minute. And then hopefully, if we're logged in when we get to that page, it will show us the logged in and then give us the logged out link. So let's save that and close that down for now. I use just Command W or Control W on Windows to close that. And let's have a quick look at this error. So we want to, yes, as we saw before, we want to create the error variable before we check for a post variable. Okay. So instead of saying sign up successful, we now want to link them or redirect them to the logged in page. Wonderful. So let's sign up rob@rob.com and we'll try a permanent sign up, see how that goes. There we go. So we've redirected and it clearly knows that we're logged in because it's displaying the logged in message. So let's click log out. And excellent, that links us back to the home page with logout is equal to 1. So all that remains for that bit is to log the user out. And we'll do this right here. So if array key exists, and then we're looking for the logout key. Just going to check that. Yep. The logout key within the get array. And if that exists, then we want to log the user out. So we'll unset the session. We'll set the cookie into the past. So time minus 60 times 60. And I like to just set the cookie to an empty string just in case it gets accessed later on. Not that it should. Remember, it takes an extra refresh for the cookie variable to actually be destroyed. And then we'll add in here that if they're not logging out, we'll have a check to see if they are logged in, because we don't want them seeing the login form if they're already logged in. So if array key exists ID session, or array key exists ID cookie, then we'll redirect them to the logged in page. All right, so if we sign up now, with a cookie, then we redirect over to the logged in page. If we attempt to go back to the home page, then it just redirects us back to the logged in page. But if we log out, then we're now properly logged out and it doesn't do the redirect. Brilliant. So this is now set up more or less as we want. The one thing that we're missing is a login form. So let's add that down here. So it's going to look very much like the sign up form. And it's going to behave very much like it as well. The difference is we're going to have a login value instead of sign up. There we go. Now, one thing we're going to need to do up here when we're doing our post is to know whether we're attempting to sign the user up or log them in. Now, one way we could do it is to look at the value of the submit variable, but that's not very neat because we might want to change the word sign up to register or something like that, and we don't want to have to update our code to take account of a change in the look of the website. So the way I'm going to work with that is to have a hidden variable, which is just an input that doesn't display on the HTML at all, but we can use it in our code. So that's going to have a name of sign up and a value of 1. And then down here, we're going to have exactly the same thing, but sign up is going to have a value of 0 because we're logging in. Okay, so let's see what we need to change for logging in then. We still want to do the database connection, obviously. We still want to check to see if there's an email. We still want to check if there's a password. So we can leave those parts in. But this part here is going to be different. So I'm going to split this all up. So we're now checking to see if post sign up, just make sure I've spelled that right, yep, is equal to 1, then we're going to do all of this sign up stuff. And just make that a bit bigger so we can see what's going on. And you can see we've got a handy green marker there. So that's the end of the sign up section. So I'm going to put that there and else. And for now, I'll just put logging in because I want to check that I've done that correctly. So that should do all of this if it's a sign up, and if not, we'll get a message saying logging in. Okay, I think that's probably because I've put this in the wrong place. I think it should probably be there. 1 curly brackets down. There we go, easily done. So let's first off just check that the form validation is working on the login. Excellent, yep, that's looking promising. Great. And then let's do a full login. Great. So it's going to the right bit of the script. And let's just make sure that we've got the variables that we need. I'll just get last pass out the way. Let's resubmit that. Great. So we've got our email and we've got our password. So we're going to need to do a query to see if the user's got their username and password correct. So let's set up a query. So we want to select ID from our users table where, and we want email to be equal to MySQLi real escape string. Don't forget the link and the posted email. And that's it for now. Note we can't check the password at this point because we don't know the ID of the user, and therefore we don't know the salt to our password hashing. So we need to get the email, check the email first, and then let's get the query. Using link and query. And then we'll set row equal to MySQLi fetch array of the result. And then we're checking to see if the array key exists, and that's the ID field in the row array. And if it does, we'll create a variable called hashed password, which is going to be MD5, and then we're going to MD5 the row ID, combine that with the password that the user has entered, and that will be our entered hash password. And in fact, I'm going to change that to a select star, select everything, because then we can just check if hashed password is equal to the saved password in the database. So if it is, then we want to set the session ID to the row ID. And we also want to set the cookie if necessary and redirect. Now, I probably should put that in a separate function because I'm using it twice, but I'm going to be a bit lazy here. We've got a lot of new stuff, and I think it's probably slightly simpler to just have this code twice for now. So if stayed login is equal to 1, then we'll set the ID of the cookie not to MySQLi insert ID, but the row ID. And then we'll do the redirect. All right, so there was quite a lot of new stuff there. Let's hope I haven't broken anything. Oh, the script still works at least. So let's sign up first. So we'll have asdf@asdf.com and a password of asdf. Sign up, that still works, great. Then we'll log out and then we'll log in with the same details. Excellent. So that login has worked. Let's just make sure that if we log in with an incorrect email address, for example, that should not work. Well, it hasn't worked, which is good, but we do have a warning. So let's just fix that. Line 95, let's have a look. Okay. So because the row array doesn't exist, checking for a key within it doesn't really make sense. So let's use if is set instead, and that will check to see if the row array exists at all, and that then should avoid that message, which it does. But that has reminded me that we have to add an error message in to say if it doesn't, we'll set the error to that email/password combination could not be found. And don't forget the semicolon. Let's resubmit. Excellent. And if we get the email address right, but the password wrong, then, okay, it doesn't log us in, which is good, but we don't have an error message. So that should go there. And again, I don't quite like having that message twice. but I think putting in the code to combine it into one is not quite worth it, and will just make this rather unnecessarily more complicated than it needs to be. So let's just check. We now have our error message. Fantastic. So that's as far as I'm going to go in this video. What you now have here is a solid and secure sign-in system that you can use on any website. There's nothing specific to Secret Diary other than the database name. And that, of course, you would change anyway. So it's a really good general purpose bit of code, and it forms a solid basis for our Secret Diary web app as well. All right, so we'll stop there, but we'll carry straight on with our Secret Diary web app in the next video. Actually, just before we move on, there is one thing that I want to clarify here, and one issue that we've got with the setup as it stands, and that is if we log ourselves in. So let's just create a new account and then log out. That all works fine. But if we then go back to index.php without the logout get variable, then it actually still thinks we're logged in. And that's because of the delay of unsetting the session and setting the cookie backwards as well. So the array key exists even though the actual variable itself doesn't have a value, or its value is 0. So I'm going to fix that by adding an extra couple of bits to the if statement, because what I want to avoid doing is just, if I get rid of that temporarily, I want to avoid doing that, because even though that will work, it will give me a PHP warning, and I want to avoid the warnings, because if that doesn't exist, then I'm assuming that it exists by doing this, by doing the check on it. So what I'm going to do is check for both the array key existing and the ID actually having a value, or the cookie existing and the cookie having a value. And that gets around the problem, because if the array key for the session variable doesn't exist, then it won't do the check on session ID, so we won't get an error. And similarly for the cookie, if the array key doesn't exist, it won't do the check on the cookie itself. So that avoids the false redirect problem, but without giving us a PHP warning. So now you can see we're not being redirected. All right, on with the Secret Diary. So now that we've built our login and sign up system, let me just give you a quick reminder of what we're working towards. So in this video, we'll be obviously prettifying things quite a bit using Bootstrap and getting a nice background image in there. We're going to be using a little bit of jQuery to switch between login and sign up forms. And then when the user does sign up, we're going to jump them over to our Secret Diary page, which will look like this. And then they can type whatever they like, and it will get updated immediately in the database. There we go. And of course, the user will be able to log out clicking the button at the top. So that's what we're after. Let's get cracking. Okay then, here we go. I'm going to start, of course, by jumping over to Bootstrap. I'm getting our starter template. So our usual route to getting started, which may be slightly different for you if the website has updated, but what we want is this starter template. And then we're going to put all of this beneath our PHP. And I'll pop the form into it now. There we go. So this is going to be a similar process to when we made the What's the Weather app before. So we'll have a class of container, and then we'll have an h1 of secret diary. Then we'll put in our forms. We'll make those pretty later on. And then, well, let's have a quick look at that before we do anything else. Great. So you can see that's what happens if you don't apply the Bootstrap form stylings. So let's do those next. Remember, the form is a component. And then click forms. And I'm not going to copy and paste the whole thing this time, but I'm just going to remind myself, right, so we need field sets around the inputs. And then we're going to end the field set there. So let's put all of these in first. So field sets there. And then we'll close the field set. Then the inputs go inside the field sets. There we go. And then the same for the second form. And then we'll close that final field set. And let's indent everything. Okay, and then we need to give our inputs a class of form control. Accept the submit, which is going to have a type of button, and I'll go for button success. So a nice green button. And then similarly up here. All right, let's have a look. Okay, looking quite a bit nicer. All right, let's add a bit of text to our checkbox. So I'll just add stay logged in. There, and that will create the cookie if they tick the box. Let's have a look. Okay, that's not quite what we need, so let's just take a look. There's probably some special code that we need for the checkbox. Okay, so we need a div with a class of checkbox and then a label for that one. So let's get rid of our field set for the checkbox and add in the div. There's our label. Stay logged in, and then we'll close the label and close the div, and then we're not using the field set at all. Okay, let's just have a look, make sure that works. Okay, it's still a bit lower down. Let's get rid of the line break, see if that does the trick. Nope. So something's gone wrong. Notice the checkbox doesn't actually have a form control class. That's probably what's causing the problem. There we go. That's better. So let's now do the same thing for our other form. And close the label, close the div, get rid of the close field set. And of course the form control class. Great. So already looking a lot nicer. Let's center everything inside our container div. Been enthusiastic with my styles there. So we might be able to use just text align equals center. Let's have a look to see if that makes everything a bit crazy wide. I think it does. So let's give it a width of, say, 400 pixels. Great. Okay, the last bit of styling I'm going to do before we get rid of the login form initially and allow the user to toggle between the two is a nice background image. So we'll go over to unsplash.com, and this time I know a little bit more about what I want, so I'm going to do a search for nature because I want a nice, clean, simple nature image which will inspire people to write in their diary. I think I like that one. So it's got a kind of solitary feel to it. So let's click there and save image as, and I'm going to save it into my MySQL folder. As background, and then I suspect I'm going to need to resize it. So let's have a look. Yep, 4.7 megabytes is a lot more than we need. So I'm just going to double click and then tools, adjust size, and we'll go for a width of 2000, which is absolutely plenty. And then save. It's still pretty large. I would definitely make that smaller if this was going to be a production site, but it will do for us. Then back over to Firefox with FireFTP, and then let's just drag out the folder contents there. We'll do a quick refresh. There's background.jpg. So let's upload it. Wonderful. So just to check as before that everything's connected and working, let's pop the image into our container div directly. So it was background dot, and then let's just check background.jpg without an E this time. And let's have a look. Great, it's there. Now our next challenge is to get it full screen and stretched. So in fact, we could do a CSS full page background Google, but I've still got the page that we found when we did that last time. So I'm just going to grab the CSS that we know works, pop it in there, let's get some nice indenting. And then change the background image to background.jpg. Then we'll get rid of the other image tag. Take a look. Okay, that's good. We just need to get rid of the background on everything except our HTML element. There we go. Brilliant. So obviously we need to work on the vertical positioning a little. Let's for now give it a margin top of 200 pixels just to move it down a little too much, I think. 150. Great. Okay, so now we need to deal with the fact that we've got two login or sign up forms displaying at the same time, which is definitely not what we want. So first, I'm going to give them both an ID so that we can refer to them. So the ID for this one is going to be sign up form. And the ID for this one is going to be login form. And the crucial thing about login form is that it's going to be hidden. There we go. So let's add some text to the bottom of the sign up form to allow the user to log in if they want to. So we'll just have a paragraph and then we'll just have a link with no href but an ID of show log in form, and the text can be login. There we go. Then we can have a bit of jQuery at the bottom, and we want this to be called when the login button is clicked. So it will get it by its ID. That is show login form. So when it's clicked, we want a function to run. And I like to do a test to make sure that my jQuery is all connected up right before I try and do anything complicated. Excellent. That's looking good. So what I want to do here is I want to toggle each of the forms. So I want to toggle both login form and sign up form. So let's toggle sign up form first. So that will make it disappear. And then let's do the same thing for login form. Okay, so that should switch from the sign up form to the login form. Brilliant. Pretty simple. Now let's add a link to switch from the login form back to the sign up form. And you may have noticed that actually the code to do that is exactly the same. We want to toggle both of those forms. So actually we can make this a bit simpler. Instead of having this function twice, we could have a class of toggle forms. And then we can have another one here as well. Excellent. And now we should be able to switch back and forth between the forms. Brilliant. So we need to do a little bit of fixing with the layout here, and I think we could do with a little bit of explanatory text. So let's have a paragraph with some strong text in it, saying just something like, store your thoughts permanently and securely. Lovely. Do need to do something with our colors, but we'll sort that out in a minute. And then I want to add a bit of text to each of these. So for the sign up form, I'm going to add interested, sign up now. And then for the login form, we'll have login using your username and password. And then let's have a look. Excellent. So it is there, even though it's not very easy to see. So let's experiment with some coloring. So I'm going to start by just making everything white. Okay, that actually looks pretty good. The only thing I can't see very clearly is that login link. So I'm going to try playing with that. That was a toggle forms link. So let's try first off making it bold, because I'd like it to be a bit clearer anyway. Actually, I think that works pretty well. It's not quite the clearest, but it's clear enough. Let that be a lesson to you that when you're choosing background images, the most important thing is that it doesn't obscure the text or instructions that you want the user to read. All right, but we'll go just as far as that in terms of design. So let's sign up yet another account because I can't remember any of the passwords. And let's sign ourselves up. Great. So now we're over in loggedinpage.php, and most of the work for the rest of the website is going to be on this page. But before we leave our index.php behind completely, I am going to do a little bit of work to create some extra files so we don't have to contain all this code twice. So first off, I'm going to get all of this HTML and I'm going to include it in a file called header.php. Let's save that there, and then let's create it here. So header.php, open it up and paste that lot in. And then if we just check log out, everything should still work fine, but now our header code can be accessed from any other page, and we only need to edit it once. Now this code is unique to index.php, so I can leave that there, but everything from here downwards I can put in a footer file. So I'm going to call that footer.php. Okay, and let's create that file. Notice that this script is only for the home page, but it won't cause any problems on any of the other pages. So it's probably simpler to just leave it there. Okay. And the other bit of code that I want to be accessible from anywhere is the connection code, because I don't want to have the password for my database repeated throughout my website. So I'm going to get rid of that and include that as a file called connection.php. So let's then create that. Open it up, and because this one has PHP code, I need to put the PHP tags back in. And then I can save that as it is. And just to check that everything still works as it did before. And there we go. Everything's still working great. Great. So now it's just a matter of making a logged in page. And that should be pretty straightforward now that we can use the included files that we've just created. So let's start working with logged in page. And we're going to keep this set up here. But now we're going to include header.php and footer.php. And that should give us a nice looking page without doing anything to earn it. Wonderful. So our secret diary is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to have a container div and don't forget to close your PHP. And then within that, we're going to have a text area with an ID of diary. All right, there it is. Pretty simple at the moment, but let's first off give it a class of form control so it gets all the nice bootstrap stylings. There we go. And then we want to make this pretty big. So let's go over to header.php and give it some styles. So this is the diary ID, and I'm going to start with a width of 100% and a height of 100%. So let's see how that looks. Okay, not bad, but we've got a few problems there. First off is I've realized that our container here has a margin top of 150 pixels, which we don't want on our container in our second page. So let's have a new ID of homepage container, which is going to have a margin top of 150, and that should then not apply to our new container. Of course, that means we'll need to edit index.php again. So now let's give the container div here in the index.php file an ID of home page container. And then we should have the margin at the top of that one, but not at the top of this one. So let's jump back over and take a look. Great. So happy with that, height-wise. Width-wise, however, It looks like it's as wide as the container, but that's not very wide. There is an easy fix though. If you'll remember, there's a related class to container called container fluid, which stretches out to the very edge of the screen. And that's what we want here. We just want a nice big text area for people to keep their thoughts in. That kind of thing. Okay, so now we just need to update the diary field in the database with the contents of the text area when it's updated. Easy, right? Well, we've already done something fairly similar in our Code Player app. So let's find the code or something similar that we used there. Something like detect change in text area content. That should do it for us. Here we go. How do I bind to the change event of a text area in jQuery? Perfect. Pretty sure that's the one we used before. So we're going to put this in the footer. That's where all our jQuery goes. And we want to do this with the diary ID. And we don't need to do any of that stuff. So for now, as usual, we'll just alert changed to see if everything is working. Great. It is indeed. So how are we going to update the database when this changes? Well, we can only update the database with a PHP script. So we're going to need to call a PHP script when this changes. And the only way we can do that is using Ajax. So let's remind ourselves how Ajax works. It's been a while. Let's, as usual, go down to the first example. Okay, this is pretty simple. So it looks like that. I'm not going to be too careful about what happens if they don't have an internet connection, etc. We saw how to work with errors in Ajax last time. So I won't go into that in too much detail this time. But we are going to need a script to do this, and we're going to need to pass the contents of our diary text area to that script. So we could either do that with a get or a post. I think a post is a little bit more exciting. We haven't done one before. So let's see if we can find a good example. Here we go. This looks perfect. So actually, yeah, let's use that one. So we're doing a post to update database.php. And we only need one variable here, and that's, I'll call it content, and that's going to be the contents of the diary text area. And we can get that using the diary and then val. So that's our Ajax. Now we need to just write update database.php. So let's save that back over to FireFTP again. Create another file, update database.php. And first off, I'll just return some text. And because this sample code that we've got alerts data saved and then message, that should alert data saved and then hi there, because it should get back what the script returns. So fingers crossed. Wonderful. So data saved hi there, and it's doing that with Ajax. Brilliant. So now we can work on our update database.php script. And the main thing that we need to do is get the post variable. So let's check that it's been passed first. Array key exists, and we called it content, and it should be in the post array. And let's put our parentheses in the right place. And so if it does, for now, let's just echo it. All right. There we go. ADA. So it's getting the contents of what we're writing. Wonderful. So all we need to do is save that to the database. So we'll need to connect to the database, which we can now do really easily using our connection.php script. And then we just need our queries. So we want to update the users table, and we want to set, let's just check what the variables were, diary, and we want to set that equal to MySQLi real escape string post content. And we want to do that where the ID is equal to, and where are we going to get this ID from? Well, it's stored as a session variable. So if we start the session here, we should be able to access it. So let's use MySQLi real escape string, just in case, even though there's pretty much zero chance of this variable being anything other than a number. And as usual, I'll pop a limit 1 on the end there just in case. And then we'll do a check to see that that's been processed correctly via link and query. And if it has, for now, we'll just echo success. Else echo failed. Okay, and let's have a look. Okay, we've got some warnings and a failure there. Oh, it's my classic error. Don't forget the link in MySQLi real escape string. Success. Hurrah. And let's convince ourselves that that's true. I've probably been logged out of users now, so let's log back in. I'll get the password from connection.php. There we are. And there we go. You can see it's right there in the database. Great, so we're pretty close to being done now. Let's just get rid of the code here, because we're not going to return anything to the script. We'll just leave that blank. And then we'll go back to footer.php and remove the alert. So we can get rid of the done function completely. So let's take a look. So nothing's popping up, but is it updating in the database? Fingers crossed, yes it is. Wonderful. So a couple more slight tweaks. One issue that we have is when we load the logged in page initially, the diary code doesn't display. And that's of course no good to us. So let's load the diary code at the top here. So when we know that we're logged in, we'll include connection.php, and then we'll run a query which will be select diary from users where ID equals, and then we'll have MySQL I real escape string, and we're using session ID, and we'll have a limit 1 there. And then we want to do the query. So that's MySQL I query, and we want to get the results of that straight away. So we can actually do that all on one line. So we could have MySQL I fetch array, and then use the query directly, and we could set row equal to that, and then let's have a variable diary content which is going to be equal to row and then diary, and then we'll just echo diary content in the middle of the text area. And just before we run that, let's pop the link in there. And we should also have an empty diary content string, just in case there isn't any, so we don't get any PHP errors down here. But just before we run that, let's just add in our links. And now we should find that the saved diary content appears there. So that is really cool. If I refresh, it's all saved. Fabulous. So we're really close to being done. All that remains is this header here, which doesn't look great. So let's go back over to Bootstrap and get a nice nav bar at the top there so that everything looks good. So over to documentation, components, and navbar. And then we'll just take that navbar there and put it above our container fluid div. So before we edit it, let's just check that it looks okay. Okay, that's a start, but we've got a couple of things to fix there. So first off, we no longer need our logged in, log out code at the top here, but I will be keeping that link. So I'll just borrow that for the moment. We'll change the navbar brand to Secret Diary. we'll get rid of all of those links, and we'll also change the navbar class to navbar fixed top. So it's all stretched out and fixed at the top. We do want to pull right here, but it's not going to be a form. So let's change that to a div. Get rid of the input. And I want to make the button a link, with the href being what I just copied, so to the logout page. And then we want to change search to logout. All right, let's take a look. Okay, that's pretty good, but our text area is of course hidden behind our navbar there, so we should be able to fix that quite easily with a quick margin in our header, but we will need to give it an ID first of all, our container fluid. So this is container logged in page. Let's copy that and then open the header, and in the styles we want container logged in page. And let's give that a margin top of, let's try 70 pixels. That's a little bit too much, I think. I'm going to go for 60 instead. Perfect. And then of course when the user logs out, they're back to the home page. So just one small thing left to fix, and that is our error messages. So if I don't put a password in right now, of course I get an error message, but it's not particularly nicely displayed. And of course I want to use Bootstrap alerts to make those look a lot nicer. So let's copy the code over from there. And all of these are going to be in our index.php. And so we'll add this here. So we'll check to see if error is not an empty string. Then we'll echo all of this, but we'll want to put the error string itself in the middle of it. Okay, let's have a look. So now we should have much prettier error messages. Wonderful. Similarly, if I try and log in with something that doesn't work, we get a nice error message there as well. Wonderful. So that is as far as we're going to go on this project. There's a fair bit more that you could do with it if you wanted. One quite fun extra would be to validate the user's email address. And that's not too tricky to do. You just send them an email, as we know how to do, with a random code, which you then put into a field in the database, and then they click on a link which has that code embedded in it, and then it checks the code against the database, and if it's correct, then consider the email address validated. You could also offer different diary pages for different dates, and you could set up a password reset system which emailed the user if they can't remember their password, and again sets up a special link via an item in the database, and then when the user clicks back on that link from their email address, they're given the opportunity to reset their password. But this is as far as we're going to go, and congratulations once again on making it to the end of the MySQL section of the course. You've done some really advanced stuff in this section, so pat yourself on the back, go have a break and recharge before we unleash the power of Google Maps, Facebook, Twitter, and an unlimited number of other web services using APIs.
Welcome to Section 10 of the Complete Web Developer course. You've now covered HTML, CSS, JavaScript on the client side and PHP MySQL on the server side. So that's pretty much everything that you need to build any website that's currently in existence. But there are a lot of powerful web services that you can hook your website into without having to build your own systems. And we do this using APIs, and that's what we'll be looking at in this section. We'll start off by recrafting our weather app to use an official API, which has a number of advantages over the scraping method that we used a couple of sections ago. Then we'll see how to use the Google Maps API to display maps in our apps and get immediate results for example, postcodes or other location data. Then we'll use a third type of API to access a real Twitter account. This will enable us to send tweets, to view the user's tweets, and also to send and receive direct messages. Once we've learned how to do that, we're going to put it all together by building our own Twitter client. APIs are hugely powerful and allow you to leverage the content and data that some of these massive web services like Twitter and Google Maps can provide. So as always, be thinking about how you could use one of these APIs in websites that you're developing, and I hope you enjoy this section.
Now that you have all the front-end developer skills for building websites in HTML and CSS with JavaScript and jQuery, and also the back-end developer skills, coding server-side scripts in PHP, and communicating with a database via MySQL, all that really remains to add power and functionality to your apps is to be able to connect to existing web services like Google Maps, Facebook, and Twitter, and do something cool with those services for your users. And the web standard for doing that is an Application Programming Interface, or API. And it might sound a bit scary, but it's actually pretty simple, and I've got a nice, easy diagram to get the idea of how it works. Essentially, we've got your app or website running on your web server. That makes a request to another provider's web server via an API, which then returns some data to your app for you to do something with it. So for example, if you knew the location of your user and you wanted to find some local businesses or restaurants near to them, you could send the location of the user to the Google Maps API, and that would then return some local businesses in a format that you could then process and display for your users. So it's a really powerful, easy, and at the lower end, free way of getting access to the web services provided by the world's biggest companies. So APIs are pretty cool, and we're going to be looking at a few of them in this section to give you an idea about how they work and how you can integrate them into your websites. And we'll be starting using openweathermap.org to rewrite our What's the Weather web app that we made in the PHP chapter in a much better and more efficient way. And we'll do that in the next video. To get our first taste of APIs, we're going to be working with OpenWeatherMap, and we're going to use its API to get the weather rather than scraping it from a website as we did before. So as a quick reminder, previously we used weatherforecast.com, and we noted that if you search for a particular location, then it puts that location in the URL, and then we loaded that URL using file getContents in PHP, and we extracted the weather forecast from that HTML page. But we said at the time that that wasn't an ideal thing to do, partly because we might get banned from doing that by the owners of weatherforecast.com if we use their servers too much, and also because we're vulnerable to weatherforecast.com changing their HTML structure, which would then break our code and our web app wouldn't work anymore. So a much better way to do it is to use an API. Let's have a quick look and see how the OpenWeatherMap API works. So on openweathermap.org, I'm going to click API, And you can see they've got a number of different API functions. You can get the current weather, 5-day forecast, 16-day forecast, etc. We're going for the current weather at the moment, so I'm going to click API doc, and you're welcome to read this in a bit more detail if you want to know more about what's going on here. But essentially, all we need to do is to get a particular URL, like this one. So api.openweathermap.org/data/2.5 weather, and then we've got a query string. Remember, question mark and then Q is equal to, and then our location. So if I just open that up in a new tab, let's see what that URL actually looks like. All right, this is it. So it's not particularly friendly looking, but this is in a format that the PHP script that we're going to use will be able to process. It's actually a format called JSON, short for JavaScript Object Notation, but it doesn't necessarily have to have anything to do with JavaScript, and we're going to use it in PHP here. So all we're going to do is grab the contents of this URL using file get contents, process the JSON, and then extract the bits of the weather forecast that we want and display them to the user just as before. All right. You may have noticed that we need to sign up for an API key. So I'm going to do that. Like most APIs, this has a pretty big free tier, so you can practice and mess around with it, but you need to start paying if you have a large number of users requesting data, which is fair enough. So let's get our free API key. So I'm going to be Rob Percival, rob@robpercival.co.uk. I'll put my password in here. Agree to the terms of service, and then create account. Brilliant. So now I'm all set up, and the key thing that I need, in more ways than one, is the API key here. And I'm going to replace then the URL. You notice that the URL had a default API key. So instead of using that, I'm going to use my own one. You should use your own one. And we've got the same results that we did before. Notice it can take a couple of minutes for your API key to start working. All right, so now we've got our API data. Let's jump over to FireFTP, and I'm going to create a new section. So I'm going to create directory, and this is going to be 8-APIs. So we'll go into that folder, and then I've actually got the PHP section from the course here, and the file that I need is 7.13.php. That was the What's the Weather app, and I'm going to grab the background image as well, so it still looks nice. You can get those either from your own version of the What's the Weather app, or just go back to the lecture and click on the link to download the code. All right, now I'm just going to rename that index.php, and then we should be able to jump to Chrome and find our new page. So this is going to be completewebdevelopercourse.com/content/8APIs/ and we should see the What's the Weather app. There we go. Wonderful. And let's just check that it still works. Put Tokyo in there. It does indeed. Wonderful. So that's great. Let's now open up using Command O or Control O index.php in our text editor. So I'm going to get rid of everything that we don't need here. So I'm just going to take us right down to if there is a city variable in the get string. And for now, what we'll do is we'll just load the data that we need. So I've just copied the URL there. So there it is, and we want file get contents, and we want to get the contents of that URL, but we want to replace the city with the city that the user has entered. There we go. And we want to leave our app ID in there. And for now, actually, we'll just echo that. So we'll display the results just to make sure that we've got some. There we go. Wonderful. So we need to then process this data so we can extract what we need. So I'm going to call this URL contents. And then remember, this is in a JSON format at the moment, and we want to get it into an array so we can extract the data. Fortunately, we've got a built-in function to process JSON in PHP, and that is JSON underscore decode. Does what it says on the tin, decodes JSON content. So we'll take URL contents and we'll convert that into an array, which I'll call weather array. And then we're just going to add a flag here, true, which will return the data in the form of an associative array, which we can then extract the data that we need from. So let's have a look at the contents of weather array. There we go. So you can see we've got the same data. I'm just going to right click and view page source so that we can see it a bit more clearly. All right, so this is all the data, and we can then access the main description. Oh, it's now changed to overcast clouds. And we've got things like temperature, pressure, humidity, wind speed, all the information we could possibly want. And we just need to extract this and put it into a format that we can use to give to the user. So I'm going to start off with this weather description here. Be useful to know exactly what sort of things might appear here. So I'm just going to jump quickly back to openweathermap.org/API and take a look at the API doc again for the current weather data. And you can see there's a huge amount of information about how we can get information by zip code, by city ID, etc. Even cities within a particular area. But what I'm particularly interested in now are the parameters and what values they give us. So you can see we've got coord at the top, which we've got up here, which is of course just the longitude and latitude of the location. And then in the weather mini array, we've got weather condition ID, which we're not going to pay much attention to. And then we've got weather parameters. And this one that I've been looking at is the weather condition within the group. So I'm going to start with that one. And what we'll do is we'll start off with our weather. And we'll say the weather in, and then we'll display the city that they've requested. Is currently, and then we're going to access this variable here, the description variable, using weather array. And then we want to get the weather sub array within that. So weather, and then we want to get the 0 array within that. And then we want to get the description value within that. So that should get the contents there. And let's pop a full stop and a space at the end as well. Okay, so let's have a look, see if that's worked. There we go. Fantastic. So the weather in, we haven't got our, it's because I put Tokyo for some reason rather than city. And that's given me a notice as well, which is fair enough. All right, let's just add a little bit more information. So it'd be good to get the temperature. So the temperature is currently 281 somethings. Let's have a look at the API documentation to find out what those are. So this is in Kelvin. So let's convert from Kelvin to Celsius. Let's find out how we do that. So if we scroll down, oh, we've got a nice question there. How do you convert Kelvin to Celsius? Here we go. So it looks like we can just subtract 273. That'll give us a nice whole number. So let's get the temperature in Celsius. And so we're going to get the temperature in Kelvin. That's going to be weather array. And this time we're going to access the main subarray. And the temperature within that. And we want to subtract 273 from that. Then let's append to our weather text the temperature is, and then temp in Celsius. And I want to put degrees C there, so we're going to have to put the degree symbol in. I suspect we'll need an HTML character code for that. So let's work out what it is. Just click on that first list. And I'm going to use Command F or Control F on Windows and search for degree. And there we go. Oh, I could possibly have guessed that. So it's ampersand, deg, and then semicolon. And we'll have a C as well for degree C. All right, let's close that down and take a look. See if that's worked for us. So the temperature is 7.763 degrees C, pretty accurate. I'll just change that to a capital C. Mini challenge for you there. Can you convert that to a whole number? Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. I'm just going to do a quick search. PHP convert to whole number. Get the integer value of a variable. That looks good. So we've got a PHP function, int val. That looks like it'll do what we want. So int val and then our number. Wonderful. So let's put that here. There we go. And now we should find that we've got a whole number value. Fantastic. I'm just going to take one more bit of information and I'll take the wind speed. So let's just check to see what that's measured in. So the wind speed is in meters per second. That's fine. I'll leave it as meters per second. You can work out how to convert it to miles per hour if you like. It's not that tricky. And we can actually put it just straight in here. So the wind speed is, and we're going to get that from the wind subarray and then speed. So that's weather array, wind, and then speed. And let's pop a full stop on the end there. All right, so let's take a look. Wonderful. So you can obviously customize that to contain the exact weather that you want to show to the user, which is another advantage of doing it this way. But really the big advantage is that we're doing it legally, as it were. We're doing it as the system intended. And so our web app is not going to break down simple change of HTML of a website that we don't control. All right, so just two little challenges for you to finish this one off. Firstly, can you get the web app to behave nicely if the user enters something which is not a valid city name? Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. So I'm just going to put in some random text and let's submit that. Okay, and we get all sorts of errors notices and a bit of gobbledygook there as well. So let's have a look and see what the weather array looks like when we try and search for an invalid city. So there we go, we've got a code of 404 and an error message as well. So we could search for that particular code, but it might be worth just checking again a valid city. And here we can see that there's a code here of 200. So it looks to me like 200 is a valid code and anything else will not be valid. So let's do a check here to see if the weather array cod or code variable is equal to 200. Don't forget your double equals. Then we'll do all of that. If it's not, then we'll display an error message. So something like, could not find city, please try again. And that just covers us more generally rather than that specific 404 error. We're now going to get a nice error message even if there's a different sort of error. And don't forget the semicolon there, and let's then give it a go. So it's still working nicely for Paris, and if I put in some nonsense, we get a nice error message, could not find that city. Alright, so we're almost there. The last mini challenge for you is to make the weather web app play nicely with cities with spaces in their names. So things like San Francisco or New York. Go for it. Okay, hope you managed it. Let's start off by seeing what happens if we search for a city with a place name in at the moment. We get a nasty error. So we're going to need to do something about that. What we did before was we just removed the space and just sent it through as San Francisco without a space. And notice that does actually work fine. If I put in San Francisco without a space, that does give me the correct weather for San Francisco. Well, I've just noticed actually we don't have units on the wind speed. So let's pop those in. That's better. But I'm going to show you another way of doing it, which is a little bit more powerful, and that's using a command called URL encode, which if you've done a bit of Googling you might have come across, but don't worry if you hadn't. So URL encode essentially converts all of the nasty characters like question marks, equal signs, spaces, apostrophes into character codes so that they can be put into a URL without causing any problems. So let's just do that right here. So we just have to URL encode the city name, and now if we put in San Francisco with a space, we submit and we get the weather there. So that's just another solution. If you did it by removing the space, then that's a good solution too. So let's just take out our code there. And there we go. So we've recreated the What's the Weather app in a much more powerful and safer way. We can be much more confident that this app is not going to break if a website that we don't control decides to change its HTML. And we're doing it within the web rules as well, and we're using the API exactly as it was intended. So that was an introduction to APIs. We're now going to step it up a little and use a rather more complex API, the Google Maps API. So now we're going to move on from our What's the Weather app and our Open Weather Map API work, and we're going to look at a major and hugely powerful API, and that is the Google Maps API. So get started just by Googling Google Maps API, and that will take you to the homepage here, developers.google.com/maps. And remember, our aim here is not specifically to make you an expert on the Google Maps API, but for you to be able to quickly get to grips with any API you might want to use. So focus on reading documentation quickly, finding code snippets that you need, and how to get yourself signed up. So like all of the APIs that we're going to be using, the Google Maps API is free until you hit certain usage limits, and then you start paying for it. We're also going to need to create a key for us to connect to the API. So feel free to have a read of the main Google Maps APIs page if you want, but we're going to jump straight to the web section. And you'll see here that the Google Maps API actually includes a number of different APIs. So we've got the JavaScript API, which is the one we're going to be looking at in this video, which allows you to display and customize maps within your website. But we can also use things like Google Places and Google Street View within this API as well. So there's a lot we can do. And I'm going to start by clicking Get a Key. So then you can see we get this list of instructions and things that we're going to have to do. So just click OK there. And this will take you to console.developers.google.com. You may need to create a new account definitely if you don't have a Google account, but also if you haven't used the Google's developers site before. And then you get taken to this page where we can choose to create a new project. So just click continue, and then it will create a new project for you, which will contain a particular key. That does take a little while. You can see it's happening over here. And there we go. So now we can create a browser API key, which will allow us to use the Google Maps API within our web apps. And if we want to, we can limit our key, so it will only be valid from certain websites to stop other people using it. But I'm just going to leave that blank for now. And there we go. There's my key. So I'm just going to leave that there, and I'll come back to it when I need it. Great. So now we've got our key, we can start using the Google Maps JavaScript API straight away. So let's click on that top link there. Fortunately, Google Maps has great documentation. So it's really easy to get started. I'm going to go straight to the sample section, but if you want more detail, you might want to pause the video and have a read of the guides or reference. And let's start off with just a simple map. And that will take you to this demo here, which displays a map of Sydney and the surrounding areas. And you can see we've got the JavaScript and HTML. I'm going to click on JavaScript and HTML to get the whole file that we need, and then you can in fact just click that link at the top to copy it to the clipboard. Alright, so now we can just jump back over to our text editor, and I'm going to select all of the code from the weather app, delete it, and then put in the demo code from this page here. And the only bit we actually need to change is, of course, we need to put in our API key. So I'm going to copy that and paste it in just there. Great. So let's have a look and see what this does. And then we'll have a look at the code in more detail. So we don't need the city get variable anymore. And here we go. So there's our beautiful full screen, full page Google Map using the JavaScript API. And let's just have a quick look and see how this works. Obviously, we've got our usual HTML header section, a little bit of styling that just makes it full page. And then we've got one HTML element, this div with an ID of map. And then our JavaScript creates a variable map and a function init map, so initialize the map. And then it sets the map variable to a new Google Maps map. And that's going to be placed in the element with an ID of map, which is of course this div over here, with a center of a latitude and longitude, that, and a zoom level of 8. So we can experiment a little bit with that. What if we change the zoom level to 15, for example? So that zooms in a lot more detail than we had before. And if we have a zoom level of 4, then that will zoom ourselves out. There we go. So it's pretty straightforward, really. I'm just going to show you a couple of other things that we can do to customize our maps. If we go back to Home on the Google Maps JavaScript API page and scroll down, you can see we've got some more demos and sample code here. So the basic map I think we're used to, but we can also have a styled map. So you can see we can actually change the look of the Google map completely. So let's copy this code and then replace this in our JavaScript. I'm going to leave the var map there because I think we may need it, but let's have a look. So we're defining the init map function with a style array which has all these styles for our map. And then actually you can see the map variable is created there. So I don't need that. And then this is now familiar already. It's disabling the scroll wheel for us there. So the only thing that's really different is that we have a style array which contains these styles for our maps. So let's take a look. Wonderful. So just one challenge for you. Can you take a look at the Google Maps JavaScript API documentation and figure out how to display a map containing driving directions from London to Birmingham? Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. If we go back and have a look at the demos we were looking at before, you can see that there's one called directions. And this looks pretty close. So we've got our init map function again. We've got some locations of, in this case, Chicago and Indianapolis. That's what we're going to need to update. So let's copy all that down and then we'll take a look at it once we've got it up and running. So I've just replaced everything in my script tags with that. Let's just make sure that works. And there we go. So we've got our driving directions. So what have we actually done there? We've created a variable for each city with just a latitude and a longitude. Then we've got a map with a center of Chicago and zoom level of 7. And then we're creating a variable called directions display, which is a Google Maps directions renderer on our map. Then we're making a variable called request with a destination and origin and a travel mode of driving, and that then is passed to the directions service, checks the status of the directions, and if they're okay, then it displays them on the map. So all we have to do to customize this is to work out what the latitude and longitude of our two cities are. So our cities were London and Birmingham. And there are lots of ways to get the latitude and longitude of a city, but the simplest, as you might have guessed, is to just type it into Google. So something like London, latitude, longitude, and that will give you exactly the coordinates that we need. So we've got latitude there, 51.5072, and longitude 0.1275. Notice that's 0.1275 west, so that's going to be minus 0.1275. And then we want the same for Birmingham. So 52.4831. And again, it's west, so it's going to be a minus and 1.8936. Let's just update our variable names here. So the center we now want to be London. The origin is going to be London, and the destination is not Chicago, it's Birmingham. All right, let's take a look. And there we go. I'll just bring it in a little bit so you can see the whole thing there. just about fits on the screen. Beautiful. So you notice it actually re-zoomed there. If you change the screen size, it will still display the whole journey. Alright, so those were some pretty basic uses of the Google Maps JavaScript API, but you could then imagine, hopefully, how you might use this kind of power in your websites. You could offer directions from wherever your user currently is to your offices, or you could show some data about where your customers are. There are all sorts of ways that you could use this. And if you're excited by how you might use Google Maps in your web apps, I definitely recommend playing around a bit more with the API examples and sample code and seeing if you can do some more cool stuff with it. We're going to be moving on though and using another aspect of the Google Maps JavaScript API, and that is geolocation. Now that we've seen how to work directly with maps in the Google Maps API, we're going to use another one of its functions called geocoding. And this will give us an opportunity to use an aspect of the API that doesn't actually require a map at all. Alright, so geocoding is the process of taking an address and working out exactly where it is. And that's something that Google Maps does for you very nicely. So if we click on samples again from the Google Maps JavaScript API page, and you can see down here we've got geolocation. So this is actually a really nice example which does a fair bit more than it needs to. We get a little pop-up which, once you've given it permission, it finds your location and puts it on a map. So let's grab all of that code. I'm going to copy it and we'll have a quick look at it to see how it works. And I'm going to copy everything above that final script because that contains my API key. So then I'll just get rid of that bit from the demo code, and then let's have a look. So it loads up the map. It requests to know your location, and if you press allow, then it shows you exactly where your location is. So this time, rather than go through the code in detail with you, I'm going to set you a mini challenge, and that is change the code so as well as pointing to your location on the map, it also alerts the user's latitude and longitude. Go for it. All right, did you manage it? Let's take a look. So it should have been pretty simple once you've had a look at this code. We're familiar with this first bit here, which creates the Google map. We've then got an info window, which I would guess is this location found box which pops up. And then here, this is where it's doing the get current position. And in fact, here is where we get the latitude and longitude. So to display them, we can just use alert and then something like latitude. And then we can get that from the pos array or position array. And then we want the latitude or lat within that array. And then for the longitude, we'll get again pos, and then this time we want lung. All right, let's take a look. And there we go. So we've got the latitude there and the longitude. So now that we've seen how to get the user's location, we're going to see how to geocode with the Google Maps API. And this is, again, how to get the full details of an address or particular location. So click back on Google Maps APIs. Then now we're going to look at web services. So the web APIs that we've just looked at integrate directly into your HTML pages. Web services work a bit more like a traditional API in that we call a particular URL and then get some data back from that. So let's see how we make that work. First off, we'll get a key. So this works in exactly the same way as with the Google Maps JavaScript API. And I'm just going to create a new project again, and that will generate the API key. While that's going, let's jump back to our web services documentation page and click Google Maps Geocoding API. And here we go. So you can see that geocoding is a process of taking an address and converting it into geographical coordinates. It also will fill out the address for us. So for example, it will take a part of an address and make it into a full address with postcode and everything else, which will help us with the postcode app that we're going to make in the next video. So here we go. We're going to make a request to this URL, and it's going to return in JSON or XML, and we're going to be using JSON here. So I'm going to scroll down. Feel free to read the documentation in a bit more detail, but I'm going to go straight to an example. So here's a full URL. Let's copy it into our web page. So I'm going to get rid of everything here, and we're going to start by doing this in PHP. So this is the URL that we need. Obviously, we need to replace the API key with our API key, which should now almost have been created. Just need to click create there, and then that will create the key for us. And there it is. So let's copy that over onto our URL, and then we'll use file get contents to get the contents of the URL. So let's take a look at that. So you can see straight away, immediately we've got everything that we need. So we've got an address components here, long name, short name, etc. We've got the town or city, the state, country, and the zip code there as well. And finally, we've got the latitude and longitude. So as we've already processed JSON with PHP, we're going to do it with JavaScript this time, or specifically with jQuery. And this will prepare for our postcode web app. So to get the contents of a URL using JavaScript or jQuery, we use AJAX. And normally AJAX is linked to URLs on the same domain as your code. But there are some exceptions, and one of those is the data is encoded in JSON. And when that's the case, we can do what's known as a cross-domain request to get the data. So let's firstly get jQuery back in our app. I'll do that with a jQuery CDN Google search, CDN being Content Delivery Network. And I'll go for the google.com CDN. And there we go. We'll go for this one. All right. I'll leave that there for the moment, but we'll create a very simple HTML page with just a title, geocoding an address, and then a body. And then just after that, we're going to have our jQuery. So now let's write some JavaScript to get our data. So we'll set up our JavaScript, and then the AJAX call is going to be pretty similar to what we're used to, but with a couple of small differences. So we start off as before, calling the AJAX function, and then we're going to do this with a bunch of parameters. And the first one is going to be, as usual, the URL, and that of course is going to be the same as what we had before. And then we'll add a type of get. So this is a get request rather than a post one, because we're just getting something, we're not posting any variables. And then we just need to add a function to happen on success, so when the data is returned. So let's create a function which will contain the variable data. And then for now, we'll just console.log the JSON data. And then, if I spell function correctly, we'll now be able to get the data via AJAX rather than PHP. So let's have a look. I'm going to right click and inspect to take a look at the console. And you can see we've got an object there. And this has all the data that we need in that we've seen before. So if, for example, we wanted to get these address components, so the number, the route or road name, etc., then we'd have to loop through this particular JSON array. So for example, we could use the jQuery each function, which loops through objects in an array just like this. And we want to loop through the results part of our data because that's where all the results are contained. So we want to apply the each function on data results, and then we want to do something with that data. So we'll create a function, and in this function we're going to have a key and a value, and the key is going to represent the name, so that bit there, and the value is going to represent the value, so 1600 or that array there. And then we'll create that, and then for now we'll just alert the key just to see what we get. Let's take a look. So you can see we've got 0 there, and that's because within the results array there's only one item, and that's this whole array here containing all of our data. So let's narrow in a little bit and loop through results 0 instead. So this will be the first set of results, and you can see that the first key within that is address components, and then formatted address, geometry, place ID, and types. So that's these elements here: formatted address, geometry, place ID, and types. So if we want to get the address components, we could go even further into that and look at the address components array. And let's now have a loop through that. So we've got 0, 1, 2, 3, etc. You get the idea. So that's looping through each of these sub-arrays. So now that you know roughly how these things work, I'm just going to set you a mini challenge. Can you get the country? So can you add some code from here to get either United States or US from this data? It's not easy, but you should be able to figure it out. Go for it. Well, I hope you managed it. So the way I'm going to do it is looking at value. And value is this array here, and then this one, and this one. So for each of the values, we want to be looking at value and types. And we want to find the one that has a type of country. So notice that types itself is an array. So the bit that we're going to be interested is types 0, which is the first item in the types array there. So let's take a look. Let's first off just see what that value is. So it starts off as street number, route, locality, administrative area, and country. So we want to check to see if the type, that is value types 0, is equal to country. Then we want to alert the long name or the short name. So let's just go for value short name. Let's take a look. And there we go. So I hope you figured out something fairly simple. Essentially, it's a matter of looping through until we find the type that we want and then extracting that data.
Great. So now that we're reasonably familiar with the Google Maps APIs, we're going to make a little web app that allows people to extract the postcode or zip code closest to an address. Alright, so to give you a bit of practice of using the Google Maps API, I'm going to set you a challenge, and for once I'm not going to show you what it looks like beforehand. So you'll need to use your imagination a little bit. In terms of design, I'm going to keep this pretty simple. I'll just use a basic bootstrap site, but the functionality is really simple as well. We want a box for a user to put any part of an address, so a town name or a street name and a number, and then using Ajax, we're going to do a call to the Google Maps geocoding API and return the zip code or postcode for that address. It's a pretty simple function, but one that people might find useful when you're mailing a card to a friend or something like that. So that's it. Doesn't have to look great, but feel free to go crazy on the design if you want. Best of luck. All right, here we go then. So I'm going to start with my Bootstrap 4. Just to get a very simple layout. So documentation and getting started. And then use the starter template as usual. And then let's just have a look. Here we go. So that's working great. I'm just going to put a title in, which will be postcode finder. There we go. All right, I'll leave Bootstrap open, but now we'll go to Google Maps geocoding API. There we go. So that top one there, and we're going to scroll down again to the example. Here we go. So let's select all of that. And now let's put in our Ajax request. So this should be fairly familiar as we did it just in the previous video. So we use $.ajax, and then we set up our parameters, so URL, and that's going to be that URL. We'll get the API key in a moment, and then type is going to be get, and success, we're going to create a function which is going to return some data, and for now we'll just log that to the console. So I'm going to go over to the console, that's console.developers.google.com, and that's where all of your keys will be stored if you need to go back to them. So we'll get to the dashboard, and this is for my latest project. So I'm then going to click Enable API Keys and Get Credentials, and then click Credentials, and there's my API key. Brilliant, so let's copy that in there. And then let's run this again and have a look at the console. We've got a warning about the Bootstrap tooltips require tether. That's fine. We're not going to be using those, but we do have our response there. Fantastic. So let's get the bits that we'll need, and we'll write code similar to what we had last time. So those are the bits that we're interested, but we don't want the country this time. We want the postal code. So we're going to have to loop through until we get exactly what we need. The reason, by the way, that we don't go straight to number 6 is that the postal code won't always be number 6, but it will always have a type of postal code. So that's why we do the looping through version. All right, so again, we use each
And we're looping through data and results, and then 0, and then address components, and then when we get there, we're looping through each of those until we get to one with a type of postal code. So we're going to get that first off by adding our function in here with, again, a key and a value. And we're going to be interested in value because value is going to be that array there. So we're going to be looking at value and then types and then 0. And we want to find out when value types 0 is equal to postal code. And for now, when that's the case, we'll just alert value long name. So as we can tell, long name and short name are going to be the same. So I'll stick with long name. There we go. So now let's have a look. And I've got an unexpected token on line 26. What have I done? Ah, yes. I've closed the parentheses there when it should be after the curly brackets there. All right, let's try that again. There we go. So we've got our postal code. So now let's put it somewhere rather more useful than just alerting it. So let's write a little bit of HTML. We're going to start with a class of container. And we'll just add in a little bit of text here. So postcode finder, and then enter a partial address to get the postcode. And there we go. We've got our title and text there. I'm just going to, for the moment, comment out the code to get the postcode so that we can set up our form. And I'm going to do that in the usual way, going back over to Bootstrap and then finding the form component. So clicking components and then forms. And I'm just going to start off with that big template there. We definitely don't need most of that. So let's take a look. We can get rid of everything above the button all the way up to that top field set there. And then I'm going to change this to address. And we'll just have address as the label. The type is going to be text. ID is address. And we'll have the placeholder as enter partial address. And we don't need the comment about the email address there. And I'm going to get rid of the type is submit for the button because we don't want submit to actually submit the form. We're going to process that with our JavaScript. Okay, so that's looking good. We now want to change this script so that it happens when the button is clicked. So let's give this button an ID of find postcode. And then we'll uncomment the JavaScript there. And then we want to check to see whether the button with an ID of find postcode has been clicked. And when it has, we want to run a function which will be our Ajax. All right. So for now, let's just check that that's linked up correctly to our button. Wonderful. It is indeed. And then we need to change the address here from being the same every time to being whatever the user has typed into the address field. So we're going to get that from an ID of address. So that was up here. We gave it an ID of address, and then we want to get the value. And it's likely that this will have some spaces and maybe some strange characters in there. So we really want to do something to this to make it URL safe, so that when we put it into this URL, it doesn't have any spaces or things that are going to break the URL. Now, a few videos ago, we saw within PHP, you can use a function called URL encode to do that. But we can be reasonably confident that there's a jQuery equivalent, or even a JavaScript one. So let's have a look at that top result. Encode URI component. That looks pretty perfect. So let's use that in our code, and we'll encode it right there. There we go. Great. And then just before we run that, we do need to stop the form from being submitted when we press the button. And the easiest way to do that is to add an E to refer to the event that caused the click. And then we want to take E and prevent the default thing happening. We've done that a couple of times before. So that should stop the form from submitting. Okay, so let's give this a try. I'm going to put in 109 Birdwood Road, and we'll submit, and we've got not my postcode, but a zip code of some sort, which is promising. And I'm just going to add a bit more information there. So if we put Cambridge, UK in, then we do get the correct postcode. Fantastic. So everything's working well. We don't want to have this in an alert though, at least not a pop-up sort of alert. I'm going to put it in a nice pretty Bootstrap alert. Let's go back to Bootstrap, get the code for an alert. Here we go. So we'll do our usual thing. We'll put a div with an ID of message, and that's where we're going to put our response. So instead of alerting the postcode, we'll set the message div to have HTML of, then I'm using single quotes there because there are going to be double quotes inside the string. Just get rid of that line break there. And we'll have something like postcode found. The postcode is, and then we'll use value long name. There we go. Get rid of that line break again. And I've somehow got myself an extra double quote at the end there. So I'll just get rid of that, and then let's give this a try. So we'll do our 109 Birdwood Road, Cambridge again, submit, and there we go. Oh, would help if I spelled postcode right there. But you get the idea. All right, so we're pretty close now. We've got something that works. Just make sure it works with the correct spelling as well. There we go, beautiful. One thing we don't have at the moment is if we have some invalid input. I actually managed to find a postcode for that. If we put something really long, I presume it won't be able to find a postcode for it. Yeah, there we go. It's just not updating at all. And just to prove there, in fact, if we leave the address blank, then at the moment it does nothing. So let's have another look at what is returned from the Google Maps API when an invalid address is sent. So I'm going to inspect there to have a look at the console. So we've got our object. We've also got an error message because it's trying to read an array that doesn't exist. But we should be able to stop that happening. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. We get a status of 0 results. Let's just have another look at what we get with a success. There we get a status of OK. So actually I think it's probably best to check for a status of OK. And if we've got that, do the success, otherwise give them an error message. So what we'll do is we'll check for data status, and we'll initially check to see whether it's not OK. And then if it's not OK, then we'll update the message. So I'll just copy this code, and this time we'll have an alert warning, and we'll just say postcode could not be found, please try again. And if that's not the case, then we'll go through our each loop and hopefully find the postcode. All right, let's take another look then. So if I submit something empty, postcode could not be found, please try again. Whereas if I put in a normal address, we've got the postcode. Fantastic. So that's as far as I'm going to go with this. We've got elegant error handling and the website works as requested. And it's worth taking a minute to just see what we've achieved there in just a few minutes of writing code hooked into a global postcode finding system, which would have taken us years to write ourselves. And we haven't even paid anything for the privilege. So that is the power of an API. In the next video, we're going to see one more type of API that allows us to actually log in to an online platform. And we're going to do that with Twitter. The third type of API that we're going to be looking at is one that allows you to actually log in to a web system and then do things within that. And we're going to be doing that with the Twitter API, which allows you to do pretty much anything you can do on Twitter. So we can read people's tweets, we can tweet out, we can send direct messages, we can do all sorts of things. So this is a level above the Google Maps API in terms of interactivity. We're not just pulling information here, we're actually making things happen as well. As you might imagine, it's therefore a little bit more complicated, but don't worry, I'll guide you through it step by step. So first off, we need to create a Twitter developer account if you don't already have one. So go to dev.twitter.com and then click sign in. Now, if you have a Twitter account, you can sign in there, but I'm just going to show you the process from scratch so you can see the whole thing. So I'll start off with my name and then rob@codestars.com, and then I'll type a password. All right, I'll skip the phone validation for now, and then I'll use one of these slightly horrendous looking suggestions. And I'll just save that on LastPass in case I need to come back to it later. All right, so because I've created an account, it's taken me back to Twitter. So I'm now going to go back to dev.twitter.com. So this is where you'll be if you already have a Twitter account. And now we're going to go to developers and documentation. So as always, you can spend a bit of time reading this if you want to get more information on how you can use the Twitter API. As you can see, there's a number of different ways you can do it. The way we're going to be working with is OAuth. So this essentially allows you to authorize yourself as a Twitter user within your app, and that will allow you to view tweets, send tweets, and do pretty much anything else within the Twitter ecosystem. And the first thing you need to do to access the Twitter API via OAuth is create an app. And we do that at apps.twitter.com. So if you're logged in, then it will take you to the Twitter apps page where you probably won't have any apps. So we'll create a new one. And we're not actually making an app here, but we're essentially setting up credentials for us to be able to log in to the Twitter API. So we'll just fill in these details. So I'll just call it my Twitter API app. This is a demo app for the Twitter API. I'll just put a placeholder here. twitterappdemo.com. I don't know if there's a website there. And we'll leave the callback URL blank. We're not going to be using that. Then we'll agree to the terms and conditions and create our Twitter application. And one thing, I do need to add my mobile phone number to Twitter. And we do that on the main Twitter website. So I'm just going to go to twitter.com. And then under my little symbol there, I'll click Settings. And then Mobile. And I'll just pause the recording while I enter my mobile number. And now that's done, let's go back over to create an application and attempt it again. Oh, we're getting very close. Just need to put in, I'll just put a random number at the end of that. And then we'll try again, and we've got it. All right. And the main thing we're interested in here are our keys. So if we click Manage Keys and Access Tokens, you can see we've got a consumer key and a consumer secret. And these are your two API keys. And this one you can make public if you want, but the secret you should very much keep private, because anyone who has access to that will be able to access everything that you can do within your app. So our last thing to do here in the Twitter website is to create an access token, which will allow us to access the Twitter API through this app. And there we go. So once again, we've got a token and a secret. And the reason you have an access token as well as an API key is because you might want to access the Twitter API from a number of different places, from your website, from your app, or from somewhere else. And you might therefore want to have a different access token for each of those setups. Okay, so now we've set up everything that we need for our Twitter app. We now need to write the code to connect to it. Now, fortunately, there's a great PHP library that we can use to do the hard work of connecting to the API. And we can find that by searching for something like Twitter OAuth PHP. And this will take you to the Twitter OAuth page on GitHub. As always, you can read more about that at the homepage twitteroauth.com, but we're just going to download it and make a start with it. There are basic instructions there. In case you have any problems with this particular version, I've also saved a version on the website for this course, and there's a link to that in the next lecture, so you can use that version if you prefer. But for now, we'll just download zip, and I'll save it on the desktop, and then we'll unzip it, and we'll have a quick look inside. So there we go. You can see we've got a bunch of PHP files, which we will of course need to upload to our server. So back over to FireFTP, and I'm just going to click on the Twitter OAuth master folder and then click the arrow to upload everything within that. Wonderful. So let's have a look then at twitteroauth.com and see how we set this up. We're not using Composer here, so we'll scroll down to the old-fashioned way, which is just downloading and uploading to our server. And then you can see we've got here our 2 lines of code that we'll need. It's pretty simple. So we just require, which is essentially the same as including. And I'm going to get rid of everything here. So we'll require that, but bear in mind this link is slightly different here, so I'm just going to rename that. So right click and rename, so it's just Twitter OAuth. and then that should match that, and then we'll just use that bit of code, and then it's these 2 lines of code that we're going to need. So I'll paste those in, and we're going to need to replace these with our various access tokens. So let's get all of those set up. What I'd normally do is set those at the beginning of our code so we don't have them kind of deeply embedded. So we'll start off with the consumer key. So that's equal to that. Then we've got consumer secret, which is equal to this long thing. Then we've got our access token, which is this, and our access token secret, which is that. And be careful not to copy. I've got a little space at the end of mine there. That's not part of it. So then I'll just replace these with my variable names. So consumer key, consumer secret, access token, and access token secret. And there we go. So the only change I'm going to make here is just to print content there to see what is returned by the Twitter API when we attempt to verify the credentials. And if you'll notice, I've actually got a couple of other bit of blank space there. So it's very easy to get those when you're copying and pasting the access codes. So make sure you've got rid of any spaces and line breaks, and then we'll open this up in a new tab, and we'll just jump over to same page as before. Keep your fingers crossed, and there we go. So if you've done everything right, we'll just view the source. You should get something that looks like this. So you get the name, screen name, and a bunch of other information about that particular user. Wonderful. So all looking good so far. Let's see if we can get the tweets of this person. So first off, I'm going to jump to Twitter and make a quick tweet so that we've got something on our timeline. This is my first tweet. Inspirational stuff. Okay. So now if we go back to twitterauth.com, we can then scroll down and we can see how it actually works. So once we've done the OAuth, it actually works in quite a similar way to the Google Maps API. Essentially, we've got a URL that we need to access to do something. Because we're accessing this through OAuth, though, we don't just use file get contents, we use this method here. So connection and then get. So let's try that out. So instead of printing content, we'll print statuses. And you've got a fairly obvious couple of variables there. That count is currently equal to 25 and exclude replies is true. So let's have a look. There we go. This is looking good. Again, we'll view source to make it a bit clearer. And then you can see we've got this is my first tweet there. And we've got a bunch of other information about the tweet as well, like where it came from, the user, and the date and time as well. Excellent. So we're looking good. The last thing I want to show you is how to post to the Twitter API, and specifically how to send a tweet. So let's go back to twitterauth.com. And here we go. So it's as simple as this. we just post instead of get, and we're posting to statuses/update, and then we're adding our new status, which is essentially our new tweet. So let's do that just before we get the tweets, and then we should be able to see it. And all right, this came from my Twitter app. Wonderful. All right, let's take a look. So we'll refresh that. Looking promising. And okay, so great. This came from my Twitter app. Definitely seems to have been returned. Let's have a look on Twitter itself. And with any luck, it should be there. Wonderful. So in just a few minutes, we've set up a new app that we can use to connect to Twitter, and we can view the user's timeline and send tweets as well. And in the next video, we're going to put this together to make a small but very functional Twitter client. So now that you've learned how to connect to and work with the Twitter API, this challenge is going to be an opportunity to put that into practice. It's not a particularly complicated one, but it will require you to work through the Twitter documentation for its API and process the results that come out of it. Like with the previous challenge, I'm not going to show you my output in advance, so you have to figure out how you're going to make the Twitter client look. Essentially, the project that we're going to try and create is pretty simple. I want a Twitter client that displays the tweets on my timeline, but I only want to see the ones that have been favorited at least twice. And my aim for this, of course, is to filter out lots of tweets that I might not be interested in and just see the most popular ones. So that's the challenge. Just before I set you off to do that, might be worth having a quick Google of Twitter API endpoints. So an endpoint is essentially the URL where you can access Twitter, like statuses update, statuses home timeline, etc. And once you've done that Googling, it will take you to this page, and you can see we've got all the different URLs here to do all sorts of different things to do with the Twitter system. So that page you'll probably need. The other thing you'll probably want to do if you've just created a Twitter account is to follow a bunch of people. So I'm just going to follow whoever is suggested here. You'll get a different set of suggestions, of course, but that should give me a bit of a timeline to work with. Without that, then there won't be much to choose between. All right, so that's the challenge. Off you go, and best of luck. All right, I hope that went well. The first thing that we're going to need is to see how to get the user's timeline. That is this set of tweets that will appear on the user's homepage. So if we have a look down at the various options within the Twitter API, so if we look back to our code, you can see that the API endpoint we used to get the user's tweets was statuses/home_timeline. So let's have a quick look at that one and see what it does. So home timeline, it returns a collection of the most recent tweets and retweets posted by the authenticated user and the users that they follow. So that's actually what we need to get the tweets themselves. So if we now have a look at that, because we've followed a bunch of people, we should have a lot more statuses on there than we had before. So I'm just going to get rid of the instruction to post because we don't want to post that every time we run our script. And yeah, definitely looks like we've got a lot more information than we had before. So let's have a look. Wonderful. Yep. So we're definitely getting some tweets from various people there, the Bodleian libraries, etc. Wonderful. And you can see we've got this very important variable, favorite count. So that's obviously what we're going to be using to tell whether or not a tweet is important enough for us to feature it in our client. So let's just tidy things up a little bit and then we'll start processing this. So first off, we're going to want to loop through the array that we've got here. So you can see we've got this 0 and then all the information for that particular tweet. And then after all of that, we've got a 1, and then the next tweet, and then a 2, etc. So we want to loop through that array. So let's do that first off. We'll do that with a for each. Statuses as, and we don't actually need the number there, so I'm just going to do statuses as tweet. And then for now, we'll just print the tweet content. There we go. So that should give us something pretty similar, but it won't have the array at the top because we're just printing the content. All right, so let's try and get the text of each tweet for the moment. Now you might guess that to get the text, you would do something like text, like that, because that's how we normally access an array. Aha, but something's gone wrong here. This is a type std class, and we're trying to access it like an array. So we need to use a different formatting because this isn't quite an array, it's actually an object, which works slightly differently. But never fear. Let's do a quick Google and figure out how we would do it. So access elements in standard class object. PHP was what I was after there. Ah, there we go. How to access standard class object after a specific key value pair. Let's have a look. Aha! So to access that data, we actually use an arrow or a dash and a greater than sign, and then the name of the variable that we want. So again, that's because these are different sorts of variables to arrays, so we have to use a different syntax to extract the data that we want. So let's give that a try. We want to get the text. And then I'll just put in a line break as well. So it's one after the other. And I'm also going to open that in a new tab so that we keep the old one open as well. And there we go. So we don't actually need to view source because I put a BR in there. So now we've got the text of each of those tweets, and you can see we've got my 2 there as well, and then a bunch of other ones. All right, so now is the time to work out how many favorites each one has, and then only display the ones that have 2 or more. And if we scroll down, you can see we've got a favorite count here, but that's actually the favorite count for the user, not for that particular tweet. So that's not what we want. If we keep on going, then we've got the favorite count right there. Wonderful. So that's what we need. Wonderful. So that's what we need. So instead of tweet text, we'll use tweet and favorite count. Let's just have a look and check that that's returning the number that we're after. Wonderful. There we go. So we've got a whole range there. I wonder what that exciting tweet is. Let's have a look. So we want to check to see if the tweet favorite count is greater than or equal to 2, then we'll echo. We don't actually need to use print r this time because it's just a string. Favorite count. And next to that, we'll put the tweet text as well. And then we'll move the line break into the if statement. And have a look. Oops, something's gone horribly wrong. Oh, sadly, I can't spell favorite the way I want to. Fair enough. There we go. So now we've got our favorite count and our tweet text. If you're interested, that very popular one was recovered from the Brit Awards. And then there's another surprisingly popular one about Grimsby as well. So this is pretty good, but it's not the sort of thing I would want to look at every day. It's not particularly pretty, and it doesn't even tell me who made the tweet. So I wonder if there's a way I can display a single tweet nicely. So I've cheated slightly because it's not the most obvious one, but I know that status's embed is what we need there. So this returns a single tweet specified by the web URL or the ID in an embed format. So it's an HTML snippet that we can include directly on our page. So we're going to need to pass that the ID of our tweet, and we do that in the ID variable. So that should be reasonably straightforward. Let's do that here. So we get the tweet ID like that. And then I'm going to copy that page there, but we'll change this to just status. And then instead of statuses / home timeline, we want to use statuses / embed. And then we want to give an ID, and that ID is going to be tweet ID. And we don't want to send this exclude replies variable. And then I'll just close the square bracket there. And because we don't know quite what we're going to get, let's print the whole thing. Okay, let's take a look. All right, that's looking good. And you can see we're actually getting nice HTML of all of these tweets now. That looks a lot more pleasant. So let's have a look. Where do we get that HTML? It's in the HTML field. Makes sense? So let's echo that instead. So it's going to be status, arrow, HTML. Let's take a look. It'll take a little while to encode them, but there we go. So all in a nice, pretty HTML-ified format. And that is only the ones with more than one favorite. So that's as far as we go. So that's as far as I'm going to go with this Twitter client. You're welcome to make it pretty, put a nice background and a nav bar up the top if you want, but we've done that enough times now for you to know how to do it. And it also brings us to the end of the APIs section of the course. So we've learned how to get the weather, how to access Google Maps using our API key, and how to log into the Twitter API via OAuth. So those are 3 different types of API, but all of them very powerful and actually pretty easy to use once you know how. So I hope you've enjoyed that, and I hope you're getting a lot of exciting ideas of how you could use these powerful web APIs in your websites and web apps. And we're going to be moving on to see how we can make actual apps for the App Store and Google Play Store purely out of HTML. We'll see how to do that in the next section.
Welcome to Chapter 11 of the Complete Web Developer course. You've now covered HTML, CSS and JavaScript on the client side and PHP, MySQL and APIs on the server side, as well as seeing how you can use Bootstrap and WordPress to put together great-looking websites very quickly. In this section, we're going to be taking a slightly different tack, and we're going to see how we can use the skills that we've learned so far to build real apps that we can put on Google Play and the App Store. Using web technologies is a great way to build simple apps because we only need to code the app once, and then we can just package it to the various different app stores. It's the only way to do that, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do it in this section. Once again, I hope you have a number of ideas for different apps and you start putting them together using the techniques we're about to learn. Tweet me if you do, and I'll forward your tweet to the world. Enjoy learning how to make mobile apps, and I'll see you at the beginning of section 12.
In this section, we'll learn how to create a real mobile app that you can put on the App Store or Google Play with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. There are a number of obvious benefits to doing this. First and foremost, that you can just develop once and then deploy your app to a number of different systems. It also, of course, allows you to use your HTML and JavaScript skills in app creation without having to learn the specific languages and systems of each different mobile platform. I should say at this point, though, that there are some disadvantages of doing it this way. And although we'll see how to access many of the phone's features, such as the accelerometer and the camera, we won't have access to all of the features that we would get if we were developing the app natively. You also can experience performance issues because you're running effectively a mobile website within your app, so it's not going to be as fast or as fluid as a native app. Having said that though, if you just want to make something pretty simple, or you want to get a demo out there as quickly as possible, then building apps with HTML is a perfectly good option. There are a number of different frameworks and platforms to choose from when developing HTML-based apps, but we're going to focus on two in this section. And the first is app.js, which you can download at code.kik.com/app/2. And this is just a collection of CSS styles and JavaScript functions that make it much easier to make your HTML page look and behave like an app. On that page, you can see a few of the demos. And so here we can change the color of the title bar at the top there. And we can also view lists, buttons, inputs, etc. And you can see that it behaves pretty similar to how a mobile app does. It also looks pretty modern and has a style fairly similar to the default iOS stylings. But this is what we'll be using on the HTML side. Then once we've built the app, we're going to be using PhoneGap Build to actually deploy it to a number of different platforms. And I'm going to show you specifically how to deploy to Android and iOS. So PhoneGap Build is free to use for a single app, and you'll be able to get your app not only on iOS and Android, but pretty much every mobile platform that's out there. So it's a really great system, and it also includes a huge range of plugins which allow you to do a number of specific things on particular devices and use the particular phone features such as camera, accelerometer, etc. So there's a whole new world opening up to us here, and we're going to start looking at app.js in the next video. So app.js is one of a number of HTML frameworks out there. In the previous version of the Complete Web Developer course, I actually used jQuery Mobile, and you're very welcome to check that out as well. The main reason I've switched to app.js is because jQuery Mobile hasn't been updated substantially, and the apps that you build with it simply don't work as well as I'd like, and they don't look that great either. So app.js is very simple, it's good looking, and it's easy to get started with as well. So on that note, let's click download, and that will download app.js version 2 to our desktop. And then we'll open that up, and I'm actually going to copy that, and then we'll create a new folder within the Complete Web Developer course. So, new folder, and I'll of course call this 9 mobile apps. And then we'll place our app.js in there. And you can see we've got the CSS, the JavaScript, a file called zepto.js, which I'll tell you about in a minute, and then index.html. So let's open up index.html in Chrome and see what it looks like. It's not a great deal to look at, but we've got our homepage bar at the top, and then we can click on page 2, which takes us to page 2, and very nicely that automatically gives us a back button at the top there to take us back to homepage. That's one of the many features of app.js which make it a huge time saver compared to coding your own mobile app. So to investigate how app.js works, we're going to start by looking through the code of the homepage, and then we're going to try and recreate this demo app on the app.js homepage to get a bit more detail as to how it all fits together. It's worth saying that, as usual, we're not trying to become app.js experts here. we're learning how to get to grips with a new framework quickly to allow us to get on with our development projects as quickly as possible. So let's go back over to the Finder and open index.html in brackets. So here's the code. It's very familiar. We've got our usual HTML header with a title, viewport, and a style sheet, and got an empty set of styles there. So nothing new there. And then we've got our app page with a data page attribute of home. If we look further down here, we've got a data page attribute of page 2. So what we've actually got going on here is that each page of the app is its own div. So we don't have multiple HTML files here, we've just got a single HTML file with each page of the app having its own app page div. And then within that, we've got the app top bar, the app title, and then app content, app section, and the only thing that we had here was a button saying go to page 2. And page 2 is very similar, although we do have this app button left class with a data back, data auto title pair of attributes. As you might imagine, essentially creates the back button for us. But then the content is pretty minimal. So that's all fairly clear so far. Now we come to this Zepto.js. Let's have a quick look at what Zepto is. It's essentially a small version of jQuery. So we'll use all the same commands as we do in jQuery, but it's a much smaller file size and everything in theory is a lot faster than with jQuery. So it's ideal for working with mobile devices. If you do find that there are some jQuery functions that you need that are not covered with Zepto, then that's fine. You can just remove Zepto here and replace it with jQuery. But when you're working on mobile, it will almost certainly have all the functions that you need. So it's probably worth going with something like Zepto rather than the full jQuery. Then we've got our app.js JavaScript code. And finally down here, we've got a bit of custom JavaScript. And it looks to me like this function will be called when the home page is loaded. So let's test out that theory just by putting an alert in there. Yep, we get that pop up when the home page is loaded. So that's what's going on there. And presumably this does the same thing but for page 2. Let's just check. Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. And then we've got app restore. Let's just comment out app restore and see what happens. Right. So it seems to me that app restore is loading the whole page and applying all of the app.js styles and JavaScript functions to it. So without that, we wouldn't have anything. And this try and catch setup is JavaScript code for essentially saying, try to do this, and if you have any problems, then just load the home page. And that's actually pretty standard terminology and works exactly the same in, say, Swift and Java as well. So I think the basic setup looks pretty clear. So let's go back and check out the demo and see if we can recreate it and in the process learn a bit about how we could make our own app.js app. Now this demo is actually in an iframe here, so we can use control-click and then view frame source to view the HTML source of that iframe. So let's try and recreate what's going on here bit by bit. So we've got some styles at the top. We might use some of those at some point, but I'm more interested in the look of the app at this point. So you can see we've got our title as before, and here we've got a paragraph of app section. So let's try putting that into our app. We've actually got a div with a class of app section there, but let's pop this in before that div and see how it looks. Okay, so we can actually make this a bit narrower so it looks a bit more like a phone screen. So that just gives us a nice separated section with nice rounded corners and everything else. So let's try and recreate these color boxes here. So we've got another class of app section, and it looks like it's got the colors built in. So let's have a look. Aha. So we're definitely going to need some custom styles to apply those. That's likely what's going on at the top here. So we've got some styles for the scroll page. We'll look at that a bit later on. Some backgrounds for the WebKit keyframes. They are the animations for when new pages are fading in or out. So we've got the background colors for those. And then we've got our specific styles for our color picker. So let's use those in our style section as well. And let's take a look. Wonderful. So now we've got these nice clean color sections, but of course they don't change the top bar background yet. So there must be some JavaScript which does that. Let's have a look down. And here we go. Now there's quite a lot going on here, including a bit of local storage, which we'll be talking about in the next video. So instead of just copying and pasting this code, we're going to attempt to recreate what the demo is doing with our own code. So essentially what we want is for when one of these is clicked on, it updates the top bar there to have that background color. Shouldn't be too tricky, right? Well, first of all, let's think where we would want to run that code. We'd want to run it both when the home page is launched and when page 2 is launched as well. So I'm going to set up a function. I'll use their function name, set up page color. I do like that they're spelling color with a U. Always nice. And we'll have a page variable that's going to be passed to that function as well. And that will allow us to run that function from both of those pages without having to include the code twice. Okay, just to make sure everything's connected up right, let's do a quick alert. There we go. Hi, and on page 2, it does the same thing. Wonderful. So we're going to need our app to do two things. We're going to want to get the color of the background here, and then we want to set the color of the background to the same. If we look through the code here, it looks to me like this code would be very useful to us. So this looks through the page, it finds a UL with a class of color picker, and then it finds all the LIs, the list items, within that unordered list. It makes them clickable, and then when they're clicked, it runs a function that does something with old color that I'm not sure we're that interested in, but more relevantly, it gets the color of the clicked item from the data attribute, which you'll remember has a data color blue, data color dark blue, etc. So let's copy that part there. I'm happy to copy that bit of code because it's pretty familiar to us and we know how everything is working. What I don't want to do is just copy the massive chunk of code and not really understand it. So let's then just close our function code there. So let's create the variable color, and for now we'll just alert it, and that will just check to see if we've got the right color. There we go. So green, yellow, orange. Brilliant. So we've achieved the first part. Now let's update the title bar with that color. Again, let's have a look at the source code. It looks to me like removing classes and adding classes is going to be pretty important here. So let's add the class first. And it looks like the class that we're going to add is simply color. So let's take a look. the div that we'll want to update. So it looks like app top bar is what we want to be updating. So let's get rid of our alert and find app top bar. Oh, it's a class rather than an ID. And we want to add the class color to it. So let's just see if that works in itself. It may do. There we go. In fact, it almost does, but not quite. And the reason it doesn't work completely is because we're just adding lots and lots of classes on top of each other. So that's what this old color is doing there. It's removing the previous color that was added so that we can add the new color onto it. So let's set up our variable old color, which initially we'll have as empty, but then when we've updated the top bar to a particular color, we can remove the old color class. And to do that, we'll need to know what that was. So we'll set old color to color. And so first time round, say we click on the yellow, then we'll make the top bar yellow and we'll set the old color to yellow. And then we'll need to remove the old color class before we add the new one each time. There we go. And that should now remove the old class as well as adding the new one. So we should now be able to, oh dear, nope, that's gone horribly wrong. I suspect that's because initially it's trying to remove an empty class, which then removes what class it did have, which loses all the styling up there. So instead of just having an empty variable here, let's set it to an empty string, and then we can just use an if statement to check if old color is not an empty string, then remove that class. And that should get around that problem. We should now be able to update that. There we go, without any problems. Wonderful. Let's just add a couple of these items lower down then. I'll go for buttons and lists. And we'll actually be looking at inputs in a couple of videos' time. So it looks to me like lists is a separate page with a big long chunk of code containing all those lists. All right, so I'm going to use Command F and search for lists. Here we go. And that gives us this code here. So I'm going to copy that HTML because I think I understand it. While I'm here, I think I'll copy buttons as well. And that will give us 2 new pages. So we'll leave page 2 in there for the moment. But we've now got lists, which indeed looks pretty straightforward. It's what we're used to seeing. And then buttons as well. Looks like it should be pretty standard. So let's create our code to jump to the lists page. So I'm going to copy the code to jump to page 2. And then notice the lists page had a data page of lists. So we can just use lists there, and we want to set up the page color there as well. And the only other thing we'd need to add is the link to lists on the home page. So we should be able to find that if we search upwards for lists. And here we go. So here's our div with a class of app section, and it's got our links to lists, buttons, inputs, and scrolling. So let's put in that just below the top bar colors app section. There we go. Let's take a look at that. So that's looking good. Now if we click on lists, you can see it jumps very nicely to our list page. And notice that we didn't put a link in there. We didn't use an A with an href. We just used a class of app button and a data target of lists. And then the JavaScript within our framework interpreted that as a load of the lists page here. And that then does all the hard work of putting the back button and everything else. Great. So adding the buttons code should be straightforward. In fact, it might already work as it is. Yep, it does. Wonderful. So we can click those buttons and they behave very similarly to native buttons on iOS and Android. The one final thing I'm interested in here is this dialog, because dialogues are pretty useful to us in mobile applications. And that looks very iOS-like. So let's see how we recreate that. So again, we'll search for dialog. So it's got a class of app button and app menu. So let's search for app button. So there's a lot of them there. I wonder if there are any in the JavaScript. Nope. So let's have a look for app menu instead. Aha. So this looks interesting then. So we're searching through the page again, finding the app menu class, and then when it's clicked, we use the app dialog function, which opens up that dialog and displays it very, very similarly to iOS. And it looks like we have various buttons there, which we can then do something in response to in this function at the bottom. So I think I understand this well enough to copy that chunk of code. And this is going to be in the buttons page. So actually, before I copy it over, I'm going to add a controller for the buttons page. And then let's copy this over. So we want to copy from there to there, I think. And then paste that in, and then let's take a look. So now when we tap dialog, we get this lovely dialog, and we can cancel and take it back to where we were. Wonderful. So what we've got here is pretty basic, but it's fairly attractive. It would definitely serve as the basis of a iOS or Android app pretty well. Once you've got this far with a framework and you've been able to recreate one of the demos, it's probably worth having a look at the documentation and just having a fairly brief examination to see if there's anything that you missed or any other functions that you might find useful as you're building your apps. Things like event lists are very useful as well. And just clarifying how everything fits together is a very good use of the documentation. So if you're keen on making a mobile app, I definitely recommend reading through the docs of app.js. We're going to move on though to something that's pretty important when you're building mobile apps, and that is being able to store data permanently within the app. That's not something we've looked at before, but we're going to see how to do it now with the HTML5 tool local storage. So local storage is a way of storing data permanently for your website or mobile app on the user's computer or phone. It's pretty easy to use, and I'm just going to get rid of all our code here to avoid any confusion, because what we're doing here is not unique to app.js by any means, but I am going to keep the zepto.js so that we can use the jQuery features. There we go. So let's just shut down that, and that should be close script with a type of text JavaScript. All right, so the first thing that you should do before using local storage is check that the browser supports it, because some browsers don't, and you don't want to be assuming that your user's browser does and then have your app not work properly. So we check that it works using if and then type of, and then we look at the storage variable, and if that's not equal to undefined, then we're good to go. So for now we'll just alert local storage is go. And if it's not supported, then you might want to alert something, please upgrade your browser, or something like that, to let the user know that the local storage features of your app are not going to work. So let's have a look. Local storage is go. Fantastic. That should certainly be the case for pretty much any modern browser that you use. So then how do we use local storage? As I say, it's pretty straightforward. To save an item in local storage, we just use set item. So local storage with a capital S dot set item, and then we might want to set the user's name to be Rob. Simple as that. And then if we want to get it back, we just use local storage dot get item and then name. So let's take a look. That should alert Rob. That's great, but it's nothing too special until we comment out that first line, and then we run the app again, and it still knows who I am. And indeed, we can even shut the browser tab down, open it up again, and it still knows who I am. So this is really permanent storage unless your user actively cleans their browser cache, which they can't actually do. If you're working in a mobile app anyway, then you really can assume that this is permanent storage. So that's pretty much all there is to it, except you might want to store arrays in local storage. And that's not that straightforward. So I'm going to set you a challenge to go online and figure out how to store and retrieve an array in local storage. Go for it. Okay, hope you managed it. Let's do a quick Google. So I'd go for something like local storage save array. And here we go. JavaScript, how to store an array in local storage. So local storage only supports strings. So we'd need to essentially convert our array to JSON and convert it back in order to save it in local storage. So this looks pretty good. Let's use this code. So I'll comment out both of those lines. So we're setting up an empty array called names, and then we're creating a prompt that we haven't actually used before, but this is just like an alert, but it allows the user to enter some data, and it sets that equal to the first item in the array. And then it sets the item names within local storage to a JSON version of the array names. And then to get it back, we use stored names, JSON pass, so that converts it from JSON to an array. And then we just use local storage get item and then the JSON code of names. And then to check that that's worked, let's alert names 0. So that should be equal to the name that I'm just about to enter. Okay, here we go. So let's have a different name just for fun. So Kirsten, and then it's saved it as Kirsten there. And then let's just alert stored names 0. just to prove to ourselves that we have indeed got an array here and that the 0th value is what I'm just about to enter. So let's have a look. I'll put in Kirsten, and there we go. That's looking promising. But of course, the real proof of the pudding is that if we comment out the code to save the array and we just retrieve it, we still get the data back. Wonderful. So that's how we use local storage to save and retrieve variables and arrays. We are now in our position to create our email client app. So now I've got a pretty big challenge for you. Our aim here is to create a simple email client that we could use as a mobile app, which allows the user to send an email to and from anyone they like. So when someone first uses the app, they might send to a new user, and then they can put their email address in there, the from email, a message, nice and simple, and then when they click send, that links via Ajax to a PHP script, which then sends the email for them and returns true, and the app interprets this as a successful send. It also knows if, for example, there is no to field, that the email couldn't be sent. As well as that, the email addresses that are used automatically appear in the email address list here, and when the user clicks on them, it sets up an email to that email address. All of those are saved with HTML local storage, so they're stored permanently for the user. To give you a quick glance at what we're creating on the server side, we've got a fairly simple script which attempts to send the email and then creates some JSON, or more specifically JSON-P, to allow the app to read the response and know whether or not it's successful. So there's a lot to cover there, but I think you should be able to figure out at least most of that yourself. But of course, you're very welcome to watch me give it a go if you'd rather. Either way, best of luck. All right, I hope that went well. I'm going to start with the HTML side of the app and build up our user interface first, and then we'll create our PHP API when we're done. So I'm just going to Command Z all the way back to the app.js site that we had a couple of videos ago. There we go. Just make sure everything's still working. Great. So I think I'm going to go for the blue menu bar at the top. And I'm going to do that just by adding the class blue to the top bar there. And then I'll just get rid of everything that we don't need. So we don't need the scroll page. I'm going to leave the keyframes in. They might be important for one of these animations. And we're not going to be using the color picker. So I'm going to get rid of all of that. So pretty much all the styles, in fact, are gone. So let's get rid of our color picker, but we will be using the app section here with our app buttons. So let's get rid of all of those apart from one, and we'll change the data target to send email. That's what I'm going to call the div of my email sending page. And then we can keep this section as well, but this is still going to go to send email. And I'll just change the text to send to new user. Okay, and then we don't need page 2. In fact, we don't need any of these pages. And we don't need this code either. So let's just leave it with absolutely minimal code base. Definitely don't want to leave any code in that we're not going to be using. Okay. Let's just update the title to send an email. Click below to send an email. It's a pretty simple proposition. Obviously, this lists section here is not going to be shown initially, but we'll leave that for now until we add all our local storage functionality. Okay, then as I mentioned, we're going to need the page from inputs here, which actually contains something pretty similar to what we're going to use to send our email. So again, I'm going to view frame source, and I'm interested in inputs. So let's Command F to search for inputs. There we go. So it's definitely called inputs. And here's the code that we need then for that. So let's copy that down and we'll have a look at it once we've copied it over. So this is an app page as we're used to. It's got a top bar. Let's rename that to send email. We might want to keep that button there. And then we've got search. We're definitely not interested in any search here. So I'm going to get rid of that line, but we'll leave the rest because we're going to want something pretty similar to that. And let's update the data page to send email. Okay, we should now be able to click on these and we get to the send email page. So let's now look at the send an email page in more detail. We're going to want a sender and recipient email address at the top there, and we can actually leave subject and message as they are. So let's call that sender email address, and we'll give it an ID of sender email. And then we'll have another section underneath with an input of recipient email. Okay, let's take a look. Great. So the first time the user runs the app, none of these will be pre-filled in. But once the user has sent an email, we want these to be saved. So let's add our code to do that. This is going to be in the send email page. So I'm going to copy the app controller code and add it for the send email page using the data page attribute there. And I want my code to happen when the send button is pressed. So let's first give this send button an ID. I'll call it send button. And then we want to run our code to set up the on-click function when the page is loaded. So we're going to use the send email attribute here. There we go. And as always, we take things one step at a time and just do a quick alert to make sure it's working. There we go. Hello. And then we want to do something if it's clicked. Now, we've seen some code from that down here somewhere. Here we go. So it's a little bit different to what we're used to, but I think it's fairly easily transferable. So we're looking to find an element again, but this time we're looking for the element with the send button ID. We're making it clickable, and then when it's click, we're running some code. And again, we'll just do a quick alert to make sure that the onClick method is all set up correctly. All right, let's give it a go. Wonderful. But of course, what we're really going to do here is attempt to send the email, but I'm going to add the code for that later on. For now, we're looking at our local storage, so let's make that happen. So let's start off by checking to see if local storage is available. So we look at type of and local storage, and we want to check that that's not undefined. And if it is, for now, I'll just put a message and saying that we'll alert the user that we couldn't save the data. It won't cause a problem with the email sending, it just will mean that we won't save their email addresses, etc. And then over here, we'll start off by saving the sender email address. Now that's nice and easy because there's only one of them. So let's just remind ourselves what we call that. So it's the sender email ID. So we're going to set local storage set item, and I'll call it the same thing. So sender email, and we want to set that to the value of the sender email field. So sender email again and .val. Now, before we move on to saving the recipient email address, I'm just going to check that that's all working. So we should be able to set up the email address here. So let's first check again to see if local storage is available. And I won't have an else this time. This time I want to check to see if a particular variable exists, and that is the sender email variable. So I'm looking for local storage get item sender email, and I can check that that exists to see by checking if it's not equal to null. And if it doesn't, then I want to update the value of the sender email input, and we do that using page.find and then sender email with a hash for ID, and we want to set the value of that to local storage get item sender email. So all of that should have the effect of, when we save our local storage data, when the user clicks send, we then load up the page again and we should see the sender email address populated there. So let's give this a go. I'll just refresh, and then I'll click to open up the email, and then I'll put in rob@codestars.com and then click send. So nothing happens there, but hopefully the local storage got activated in the background. And then I'm going to refresh again and click back on here, and there we go. It's been populated. Wonderful. So we're now saving the sender email permanently. Just to clarify that that is the sender email, I think I'm going to add a from text and a to text there. Let's have a look. Yep, great. Okay, so now let's do the recipient email address. Now this is a bit more complicated because we need to save it in an array, and we only want to save it if it's not already there. So first off, let's see if that array exists. So we'll check to see if local storage get item, and then I'll call it recipient list. So if that's not equal to null, then we'll set recipient list equal to that. In fact, what I think I'll do is I'll set the recipient list to be a new array outside there, and then I'll just update it if it does already exist in the local storage. So now we've got recipient list as an array, and it's either equal to the contents of the local storage or it's empty. So now we want to see if the recipient email address is in the array. That's the sort of thing there's probably a jQuery function for. So let's have a look. Check to see if in array, something like that. Oh, look at that, in array. Perfect. So let's jump down for an example. So we've got in array, and then we're looking for the item there in the array there. Okay, so let's do our check. So we're checking to see if the recipient email, which is this there. So if, and we want recipient email dot val, and we want to see if it's in the array. So we're going to use jQuery dot in array. And we're checking to see if that value is in the array recipient list. And we actually want to check that it's not in the array here. And you can see here that the value that we get from the inArray function, if it's not in it, is -1. So we're going to check to see if that is equal to -1. And because I've written quite a lot of code so far, I'm going to do a check at this point that we're still working and nothing's gone too horribly wrong. So let's just put something in there. And we've got a small problem there. I think it's because we're using jQuery here, which was what the example had on our test up here, but actually the standard for using jQuery functions is the $. So let's try using that instead. There we go. It could be that Zepto doesn't support using jQuery and $. So if it's not in the array, we want to add it to the array. Hopefully you remember how to do this. We use recipient list dot push, and then the thing that we want to add. So that is, of course, recipient email dot val. And what I'm going to do next is just log to the console recipient list, just to make sure that this is happening. So for now, I'm just going to put 1 and 2, and then inspect, and let's have a look. We should see that we've got an array, and yep, it's saving each one, but it's not saving recipient list each time. That's not a problem. That just means we need to save it to local storage. So remember, this is an array, so to save it, we're going to have to convert it to JSON because we can only store strings in local storage. So we'll use local storage.set item. The item that we want to set is recipient list, and the value that we want to set it to is JSON stringify and the recipient list array. And similarly, when we get it back, we're going to need to convert it from a JSON string to an array, and we can do that using json.parse, as we saw in the previous video. So now it should not only save the latest one, but save all of them. So let's save number 1. There we go, that's looking good. Now let's save number 2. Great, we've got 1 and 2. Number 5. Brilliant. So that's saving very nicely. One small thing I'd like to do while we're here is to put them into alphabetical order, so that the user's not looking down the big list of email addresses trying to find the right one. So let's see if we can find a way to do that. And we've got a few options here, but JavaScript array sort seems pretty perfect for us. So let's apply that here. So recipient list dot sort. Okay, so let's refresh, and then I'll put in the number 4 in my recipient list, and there we go. So not only has it added number 4, but it's put it in the right place as well. Just try number 3. Brilliant. Okay, so that's looking good. I do just want to get rid of those numbers so that we can replace them with email addresses. So I can do that just by commenting out this line once, and then refreshing. And I'm going to put my friend at example.com. There we go. And that's reset the array. So if I now bring that back in and refresh the page, my other friend at example2.com, and then save that, we've then got the 2 email addresses saved. Wonderful. So we're almost finished on the front end side. The only thing I want to add at this point is for the user's email contacts to be listed here. So let's remind ourselves where that is. It's up here. So it's in app section. Let's give this an ID of contact list. And then what we're going to want to do is when this page is loaded, want to check to see if the user has any contacts, and if so, make them appear there. So we're going to be doing that on the home page here. So once again, we want to check to see if local storage is available, which we do that way. And then we'll also check to see if local storage get item, and what we're looking for is the recipient list. Is not null. And so if that's the case, we want to get our recipient list again. So let's create our array. And in fact, we can use the same code here to parse it, convert it from JSON to an array. Then we're going to want to loop through that array. You can possibly remember how to do that. But let's just remind ourselves, there we go, the jQuery each function. Let's get ourselves a nice example. Yep, that looks familiar. So we're going to loop through the recipient list array. And yeah, for now, I'll just alert value. So that should mean that when we load the app, it will alert, there we go, my friend at example.com, and then my other friend at example2.com. Great. I don't actually want to alert them though. I want them to appear where it says lists at the moment. So I want to take the contact list ID and add a number of divs to it, one for each recipient. Let's get some indenting first off. So we don't want to alert the value, but we do want to just take the contact list. So that's there. And we want to append to that div, which you'll remember means add on the end. And we want to put the value in there. All right, let's take a look. And something's gone wrong there. I think it's because we're doing this the old-fashioned way. And we actually need to search the page with app.js. So we look in page and then find, and that's where we put our ID. So contact list. So just as we did it there. try that again. There we go. Wonderful. And I'm just going to add in a little bit of code which hides the contact list if there's no contacts in it. So if the recipient list is empty, then we'll find the contact list in the same way and hide it. And just in case we need to, we'll show it there as well, because it might be that it's hidden and then we go back to it and we'll need to show it in that case. Great. So now back here, if we click on one of those, and at the moment nothing happens when we click those, and that's because when they were added in this way, the code attached to the data target field wasn't activated. So we're going to have to do that ourselves. And essentially we want to do two things when one of these buttons is pressed. We want to jump to the send email page, and we want to set the active email, the active recipient email that is, to whichever one has been tapped. So jumping to another page is not something we've seen how to do yet. So let's see if we can find it somewhere in the docs for app.js. Let's have a look. So we're familiar with that. Things to note, we're pretty familiar with. Pages, this is where we are. Aha! This code looks very promising. So that loads the page home. Wonderful. That's exactly what we need. So let's add a new class to these links. We don't need the data target attribute anymore. So if we just add a class of redirect, and then once we've finished this process, we'll add our redirect function to those links. So we're going to need to look in the page again and find anything with a class of redirect. And as we did down here, let's make it clickable and then on click. Just check it. We need parentheses there and then on click. And we want a function. There we go. And I'll just put those on separate lines to keep things tidy. We usually have the dot at the beginning. There we go. So again, just to check that everything's connected, we'll just have a quick alert. There we go. Things are looking good. So we want to do two things. Remember, we want to redirect. So app load home. Let's do that bit first, because that's the bit that we're a little unfamiliar with. And we want to redirect to the send email page. So let's have a look first off. Wonderful. And then the second thing we're going to do is use local storage to save the email address so that we can access it again on the send email page and put it there in the recipient email address. So let's use local storage, set item, and I'll call it recipient email. And we want to set that equal to the value of this div, which we should be able to get using this and then HTML. So that will give us the HTML of the div that was clicked, which is the email address that we want. Again, just to check, I think I'll do a quick alert that that's going to get it right. And I think both of those should happen before we redirect the page. Otherwise, it might do the redirect and then not run our code. So let's check first of all. Excellent. We've got the data and then it's doing the redirect. So now we can get rid of the alert. And all we need to do now is add the code to make this recipient email address appear when the send email page is loaded. So we've already got a function here to check if local storage is up and running. So let's add our other function inside that. So now we're looking for local storage, get item, and the thing we want to get is recipient email. So let's check to see if that is not null. And if it's not, then we want to update the recipient email address. So we'll use page again to access the page, and then find to find our recipient email, which I think is just recipient email, but let's just check. There we go, recipient email, yep. And then we want to set the value to local storage, get item, recipient email. Brilliant. So now, oh, that's already worked. Wonderful. When the user clicks on one of these, it will save recipient email in local storage, and then if that exists, when we send an email, then it will update that other page. Wonderful. Just one tiny thing to fix. If we click send to new user now, then that will still remember the recipient email saved previously, which is not the behavior we want. So when the new user button is clicked, we need to remove the recipient email variable from local storage. So let's add an ID to that. I'll call it new user. And then we want to add some code for it. I'll do that once again inside the if local storage is defined if statement. So again, we want page find, and then I've forgotten already what I called it. New user. Very sensible. And then, not certain we need clickable, but I'll put it there anyway. And then on click, we want a function. And as usual, I'll do a quick alert to see if we're all connected up. We are indeed. And then ideally we want to remove that item from local storage, which is not something we've done before. So let's see if we can figure out a way to do it. Local storage, remove item. Aha, storage.remove item. That looks so perfect. I don't think we even need to click on it. And in fact, we've got the example in the second result there. So local storage.remove item. So let's try that. Remove item. And then the key is recipient email. And we do only want to do that if it exists. So we should do a quick check really. So if local storage dot get item recipient email is not equal to null, then remove it. Okay, so let's just check now. If we click send to new user, and that didn't quite work, and that's because the code to remove the item here is actually happening after the redirect takes place. So if we click done and then send to new user again, then we do have a blank email address here. So in order to stop that from happening, there's, as is often the case, a number of ways of doing it, but the way I'm going to fix it is to remove this data target from the app button class and then do the redirect manually. And so we'll check to see if we need to remove the item and remove it if we need to. And either way, we want to app.load the send email page. And this will just make sure that the item gets removed before the email page is loaded. So let's take a look. So now we've got it in the to field, and then we send to new user, and the to field is blank. So now our front end is working pretty much as we want it to. We've got our local storage saving our users' contact email addresses in vertical order, and they can click to send to one of those, or they can send to a new user. And either way, whatever email address they used last time is going to appear in the from field. So we're looking good. Now it's just the small matter of actually sending the email. And then of course, feeding back to our code here that the email has been sent. So to do that, we're going to need to use some PHP. We can't send email using JavaScript, but we can using a server-side language. So I've gone back over to FireFTP, and I'm going to create a new directory, which is going to be 9 mobile apps. And I'll create a new file within that called sendemail.php. So I'm then going to use Command O or Control O in Windows to open that up in brackets. And then let's just do a quick save to make sure that we've got it open, and then find it online. So it's going to be completewebdevelopercourse.com/content/9-mobile-apps/sendemail.php. Of course, your URL is going to be different depending on your domain name. Okay, so we've got two challenges here. One, we need to receive the data from the app to tell us who to send the email to, who to send it from, and what the subject and message should be. And then we need to report back to the app to say whether or not the sending was successful. So we're going to be using Ajax within the app, and we'll need to return our data in JSON format so that it can be read across domains. So let's set up our mail function first. I think we can lose the app.js tabs, and I'm just going to do a quick search for PHP mail function, and then I'm going to jump to a Stack Overflow question. And here we go. So I've got some nice headers there. So usually getting the code from the web will save us a fair bit of time and get some accurate headers, hopefully, as well. So I'm going to be passing these as get variables. So we'll have 2 for to, subject for subject, message for message, and then we'll be using from for from as well. There we go. So now I should be able to do a little test. I'm actually going to change that to an echo. So we'll see hopefully a 1 when this has been successful. So 2, I'll use Rob at robpercival.co.uk. And from, I'll use Rob at completewebdevelopercourse.com. And note, when you're testing, your emails are less likely to be seen as spam if you use a from address which matches the domain name. So do that if you can. So that will help with testing. If it doesn't appear in your inbox, then spam filtering could be the problem. And then we'll have subject. It's just going to be test, and message. This is a test. All right, so we've got a 1. That's a good sign. And just to show that it doesn't send absolutely anything, get rid of the sender email address and then reload the page. Then we don't have a 1 there. Okay. So that now seems to be working. So all that remains on the server side of things is to outlook JSON P so that we can read it using Ajax in our app. Again, that's something we haven't done before. So let's see how we do it. Here we go. How do I create JSON P? That looks pretty perfect. Have a scroll down. And here we go. So we create a callback parameter in the get variable, then return that as part of our JSON. So let's copy this code over. So this is what we need, but we need to create our JSON first, and we'll do that from an array. So let's set up a result array, and we'll have result success equal to the output of the mail function, which will either be true or false, depending on whether it was successful or not. And then instead of using the data variable here, we'll use JSON encode result. And we've used the JSON encode function before, but it creates JSON from an array. Okay, so let's just have a quick look and see what that returns. So nothing at the moment because I haven't put the callback in there. So let's just set it equal to something, and there we go. Response, and then our JSON. And just in case there isn't a callback, I'll add some output there. Not that we particularly need that because it won't work without the callback anyway. But better to have that than nothing at all. Okay. So now we can shut down our send email PHP. And I'm going to put our code for the moment in the send email page. So as always, before I do anything, I'm just going to do a quick alert to make sure we're all connected up. And then I'm actually going to jump over to the Zepto page to get some code to work with for Ajax, just in case it's in any way different to the jQuery approach. If you want to stick with standard jQuery, of course, then you can get rid of Zepto and just add the jQuery JavaScript instead. But with any luck, here we go. This should work for us. So let's add our code. There, so we're used to the Ajax and get. The URL will start off just being this complete URL here with the callback in there. We'll leave the data as is for now. And then we should get a success field in the JSON. So we should be able to get that by just alerting data.success. And the final thing to check before we run this is to change from JSON to JSON P. Now let's save that and refresh, and then there we go. We've got a false response, which is great. So next we need to send the correct variables to our script. So rather than just name is zepto.js, we need to send to, from, subject, and content. And I'm going to do that as just fixed variables for the moment. So I'll send it to rob@robpercival.co.uk. I'll send it from rob@completewebdevelopercourse.com. I'll set the subject to be test and the content to be just this is a test. Okay, so now when we run that, we should get a true response. There we go. Brilliant. So things are looking good. Let's then update our code so that we send the user's values of from to subject and content rather than these fixed ones. So if you remember, those are stored up here. So we've already got an ID for sender email and recipient email. So let's just add in an ID for subject and also for content. And now we can refer to those down here. So the to variable is going to be recipient email dot val, and then I'll just copy that, and the from variable is going to be sender email dot val. Subject is going to be subject dot val, and content will be content dot val. All right, let's just run that again, make sure we're still getting a true response. And there we go. Actually, yes, that's correct. We're getting a false response because we don't have a recipient email address in there at the moment. So that's what we would expect. Okay, so now I'm going to move this string to send the email down to where it should be, so on this clickable link, i.e. when the send button is clicked. So let's take a look. Let's add an email address in here and a subject and a message and then send. And there we go. We get our true response. All right, so we're very, very close now. It's just a matter of having a more friendly response to the user than alerting true or false. So we're going to do that in the usual way. We'll have an app section div at the top of the page, which will initially be empty, and we'll give that an ID of message. And notice that we do see a little bit of that div, so let's hide it when the page is loaded. So page find, and we want message hide, and then we'll just show it when we need to. Okay, so down here, instead of alerting data success, we're now checking to see if data.success is equal to true. Then we'll set the message div content to your email was sent successfully. And if it wasn't, we'll just put a fairly generic error message. Your email could not be sent. Please try again later. And we'll actually do the same thing down here if we get an AJAX error as well. Okay, and for each of those, we'll also have to show the div so that the user can see it. All right, so let's take a look. I'm actually going to go back and let's send to that example. Hi, how are you? And then send. Your email was sent successfully. Fantastic. So that's actually as far as I'm going to go with this app. Well done for following all the way through. I hope you did manage to do a fair bit of it yourself. What you've created here could be the basis of almost any HTML-based app, because what we've built is a nice looking and fluid front end based in HTML, and we've built a PHP backend as well, which for a more complex app could connect to a database and contain user login details or anything you like. So even though the usage here is pretty simple, the structure that we've used is extremely powerful. And I hope you're having ideas of apps that you could make in this way. There are, of course, many options for improvement here. One small bug you may have noticed is that if you attempt to send an email with a blank email address, it will save that blank email address in the list. I'm going to leave that as a small challenge for you to figure out how to stop that happening. We also obviously don't have any validation on email addresses here, so we allow invalid email addresses. And we don't give a great deal of information in the error message as well. We just say the email could not be sent. So it'd be very nice to have some checking here to see that the email addresses were valid and that they were present and that there was a subject and a message. We could also do with giving the user the option to delete email addresses from their contact list if we wanted to. So plenty to do there, but also a strong basis for any app that you wanted to make. Once you've made your app though, the next challenge is to get it onto the app stores. And that's what I'm going to show you how to do using PhoneGap Build in the next video. Now that we've built our fantastic HTML-based app, our next challenge is to get it onto the app stores. And as always, there's a number of ways to do this, but the simplest and quickest is to use a service called PhoneGap Build. And we can find this at build.phonegap.com. Now, PhoneGap was a system to package HTML-based apps in a format that could be submitted to the major app stores. It was then purchased by Adobe and rebranded Cordova. And as well as allowing your app to go on the app stores, it also allows you to use plugins to access deeper aspects of the device's functionality, like the accelerometer or the GPS or the microphone. So if you want to do things like that, then have a Google for Cordova plugins and see what else there is available. We're going to be focused here, though, on getting our app in the app stores as quickly as possible. So quickly scrolling down here, again, feel free to pause and have a read if you want to know more about PhoneGap Build, but we're going to be focusing on the free plan here that allows you to have one app with a maximum size of 50 megabytes, and you can use all the major Cordova plugins. Not that we're going to be actively using any of those today. So click the completely free button, and then you'll need an Adobe ID. So I'll pretend that I don't have one and sign up for one. I'll use rob@codestars.com, and then I'll just put in a random password and then agree to the terms of use. And that will then sign us up and take us through to the apps page. And you can see we've got the option to import from GitHub or upload a zip file. And we're going to do the latter. So here are my files. I've just got one index file, and then I've got the CSS and JS and Zepto.js as well. So I'm going to right click on those and compress for items. And I'll just rename that app.zip. Okay, and then let's click upload a zip, and then we should be able to find it in mobile apps, and there it is. So that will then upload the file for you and prepare it, and I'll call it Rob's email client. Pretty simple, and then click ready to build. It will then start producing the various files to deploy for different platforms. So here you can see the Windows Phone version has already completed, so I can actually download that straight away and run it on my Windows Phone. Now I can do the same with Android as well. So that will download an Android file that I will be able to run on my Android phone. It's an APK, so if you've used those before, they're actually pretty easy to install on your phone. iOS, however, is a little bit more complicated.
You don't just get a nice simple download for iOS, you need to do a little bit of work. And in fact, for each of these, you will need to do something called signing if you want to submit them to an app store. And signing is essentially the process of proving ownership of your app so that you can submit updates and generally control the app later on. That process is not trivial for either of the two major app stores, so I'm going to show you how to do it in the next two videos. We'll start with Android, and then I'll show you how to set up your keys and signature files for iOS. And at the end of that, you'll have something that you could completely submit to Google Play or the App Store. In this video, I'm going to show you the process for signing your app to get it ready for putting it on the Google Play Android App Store. Please note two things. Firstly, you will need to be a paid member of the Google Play Developer Console in order to get your app on the Google Play Store, and that costs $25 a year. And secondly, the instructions that I'm about to show you do update quite regularly, so please consider this a general guide, and you might have to do a little bit of Googling to get everything working in your particular setup. Having said that, we'll cover all of the main principles, and the process, once you know what's going on, is not too complicated. So I'm going to be following along with the PhoneGap build guide, which you can get by searching for something like PhoneGap build Android signing. And that's what we want to do. We want to sign our apps to use for Android, and that first result there is what I want. So you should be on a page that looks like this. And the main thing that we want to do here is generate a private key, which essentially proves ownership of the app to us and is a prerequisite for putting the app on Google Play. So step one there, as you can see, download and install Java. So you may well have Java installed. I don't at the moment, so I'm going to agree and start the download. It's exactly the same process, by the way, on Windows. And then I'm going to open up that file that's downloaded. And on my system here, I have to double click on that icon, put in my password, and then just click through the setup steps. And there we go. Continue and close. Note that we can't test Java on Chrome, but we've completed the installation process, so hopefully we should be fine. Then we need to set the Java home directory. So follow the instructions here. There's two sets of instructions, one for Unix systems and one for Windows systems. I'm on a Mac here, so I'm going to click that first link to download the Java JDK, which is the Java development kit, which is slightly different to the version of Java that we just downloaded, but both are needed in this case. So I would download that first option there. And then you'll need to accept the license agreement and then choose your operating system. So if you're on OS X, then you'll click that one. If you're on Windows, if you've got a 32-bit machine, then you want the x86 version. And if you're on a 64-bit machine, you'll want the Windows x64 version. If you're not sure whether you're on 32-bit or 64-bit Windows, then just open Windows Explorer and right-click on the computer icon and then click Properties. Then click the System tab, and that will tell you whether you're on 64 or 32-bit Windows. If you really can't find out, then go for the 32-bit version because that will work on both 32 and 64-bit systems. Now, I already have this installed, so I'm not going to go through this process, but again, it is just a matter of downloading it and then clicking through the installation windows. And then you need to set the Java home directory. So if you're on a Mac, you need to do Command Space to open up Spotlight and then Terminal to open up a terminal window. And then you use these commands here. So export Java home equals, and then you put the directory where it's installed. So it's probably that one or something very similar to it. And you set that to your Java home variable. I'm not going to do that because I've already set this up. And then you use that second line to set up the Java home path. On Windows, you do it slightly differently. You right-click My Computer and select Properties, and then on the Advanced tab, you select Environment Variables, and then edit Java home to point to wherever you installed the JDK,
which will probably be something like that. All right. Now it's time to generate our key. So on a Mac, go back to the terminal window. On Windows, you'll need to open a command prompt, which you do this by clicking the Start button and then typing CMD. That's CMD in the box that appears, short for command, and that will get you something that looks very similar to this, but in fact looks a little bit more like that. All right, don't worry, we're nearly there. Then you copy this command, not including the string part at the beginning, and paste that into either your terminal window or your command prompt, depending on whether you're on Mac or Windows. And then we just need to change these variables here. So I'll just put something fairly generic. So my alias name for the alias, and then jumping through, and then key store name. .key store for the key store name. If you were going to call your app something like email app, you might call this email app key store and email app alias or something like that. Then you press enter and it will ask you for a password. So I'd put in a nice secure one there. I'm just going to put in something fairly simple for now. And then you put in details about yourself. It doesn't matter too much what the answers to these questions are, but you should be able to repeat them later on, so keep them noted down somewhere. If you need to, then just type yes, and it will generate the key store for you, and you can enter a new password for this particular alias if you want to. I'm just going to leave it the same, so I'm going to enter. And there we go. So that's now stored the key store for me. So heading down here, you can see we're now ready to submit our key to PhoneGap Build. So let's jump back over there, and we're going to need to click Signing Keys. So let's go to the drop down at the top and then Edit Account, and then Signing Keys, and we want to add a key for Android, and the title can be whatever you like, so email app key, and the alias I'd recommend having the same as the alias that you chose, so my alias name, and then we're going to choose File to upload our key store file. If you're on a Mac, you can go to Desktop and then click Command Up to get to your root directory, which is likely where the key store is saved, unless you saved it somewhere specific. On Windows, it will be saved in whatever directory you had open when you started the command tool. So in this case, it would be C drive /users/emir/desktop/tmp. So go back and check in your command window if you weren't sure what that was. So then going back over here, we'll choose File again, and we have to go back there again. So from the desktop, back up, Command Up, and then keystore name.keystore, and then submit key, and that's done. And then looking down at the options here, we then need to unlock our key to prove that we own it. So we can do that clicking the lock there, and then putting the password in that we entered when we created the key, and then submit. And if you get that right, it should turn into a little unlocked padlock symbol. So now we can go back over to our apps, or just the one app, and click on Android, and then we can click on the email client name, and then we can, on the Android version, choose the key that we've just unlocked, and then it will just verify that everything's okay. And if it is, then we'll be able to download a version of the app which is signed with that particular key. And there we go, looking good. So then we just download the APK as we did before. Brilliant. And you'll notice that when it's downloaded, it's got the release name in here. So this is a version of the app that we could put on the Google Play Store. Okay, so now we have our APK. We're no longer doing anything specifically with PhoneGap Build. We just want to submit our app to Google Play. So we can search for instructions to do that. That launch checklist is very useful because you'll need to do a lot of checking and debugging to make sure your app works properly on different devices, as well as having things like icon images and launch images ready. But we're going to jump straight to the Google Play Developer Console. And here is where we can add a new application. Note that if you don't have an active Google Play Publisher account, you'll be prompted to pay the $25 to get one. And here you just put in the title of your app. So email app by Rob. And we'll start with uploading the APK. So here we go, upload your first APK to production. Exciting stuff. And then let's browse. And there it is, the APK file release version. So then it will upload that and verify all of the keys and make sure that it's a valid APK that can go on Google Play. Ah, yes, and there is something I've forgotten here. We do need to put a package name in, but we can do that pretty easily. We just go back to PhoneGap Build and click Settings, and then scroll down. We can put in a custom icon file here as well, which would definitely be a good idea if you're releasing a real app. And then here is where we put the package name. And this is usually something like com dot and then your company name or your name. So I'm going to go for CodeStars and then the app name. So email client by Rob. So it's like the reverse of a web address. Starts with com, then has company name or your name, and then the package name, and should all be lowercase and shouldn't include any strange characters. And I'll call it version 1.0 as well. And I'll just pop something in the description. Your description, of course, should be more detailed than that. There we go. And then we'll save that. And it will produce a new version which we'll be able to download, and then we'll reattempt the APK upload, and with any luck it'll work this time. And there we go. So let's now download the APK again. So same but with a 1 after it, and we'll now go back to Google Play, upload another APK, choose the version that we've just downloaded, open that, keep your fingers crossed, and there we go. So that's now uploaded our APK. The rest of the process is a pretty standard form filling in process where we put in the title, description, full description, screenshots, icons, all of this sort of stuff, which of course you will need for any app that you want to release. But I'll leave that to you. I hope you've been able to follow that process along, and that your head is buzzing with ideas of Android apps that you could release using HTML, JavaScript, and PhoneGap Build. In the next video then, we'll see how to do the same thing for iOS. Okay, so now that we've set up our key and submitted our APK to Google Play, we're going to see how to do a similar thing for submitting to the iOS App Store. So just like with Android, we need to create a key, and like with Android, we'll need to pay some money to do that as well. Apple charge $99 a year to be part of their developer program, and you will need to pay that if you want to put your apps on the App Store. So assuming you want to do that, we start at the iOS provisioning portal, which allows us to provision our apps for iOS. So do a quick Google for that, and then click there. If you're not already signed in, then you'll be asked to sign in there. And if you're not already a registered developer, you'll need to create an account and pay the $99. But once you've gone through that process, you'll get to this page and you'll need to click Certificates. Then click Plus to create a new certificate. And we want an App Store production certificate to put it on the App Store. And then click Continue. And then we'll need a CSR file. Now you can create these on a PC, but it's a very complex process and I wouldn't recommend it. Essentially, if you want to be developing iOS apps, even HTML-based ones, I'd strongly recommend getting a Mac. It makes your life a lot easier. So here I'm only going to show you the instructions on a Mac, but if you Google something like create iOS provisioning profile on a PC, you will get instructions on how to do it. But I'll warn you, it's not fun. So we can follow the instructions here though. We need the keychain access app. So I've just used Command Space to get Spotlight up and then start typing keychain access. And that will give you a bunch of keys that are stored on your device. And as you can see here, we want keychain access, certificate assistant, request a certificate from a certificate authority. So let's do that. Keychain access, certificate assistant, request certificate from a certificate authority. And then you can put in your email address there, common name and email address again. And I'd recommend using save to disk here, but you can email it to yourself if you prefer. And I'm going to leave the specify key pair information blank. And then we can just save it right there on the desktop. That will then save the certificate request. So click done, go back over to the Apple developer site, then click continue, and then choose file, and we'll choose the file that we just created. Click open, and then generate, and then download. So now we've created an iOS distribution certificate. Now we need to create our provisioning profile. So I'm going to hold down above the back button and go back to certificates, identifiers, and profiles. And that will take me to here. And this time I want to go to provisioning profiles. And once again, I want to create a new one. And this is going to be an App Store distribution certificate. So click continue. And we need to have an app ID to be able to create a provisioning profile. So I'm just going to control click on app IDs over here and open that up in a new tab. And then we're going to create a new app ID. And I'll just call it email app by Rob again. And here we need to specify the app ID. Now we set this up in the previous video when we were setting things up for Android. It's the same as the package name there. So com.codestars. Whatever you want to call your app. That's our bundle ID. And then we don't need any of these special services, but if you did, you could select them there. And then continue. And submit. That then creates our app ID. So we'll click done. And now we go back over to our provisioning profile page, refresh that. And let's just select that again. Distribution App Store. And we should now be able to select, there we go, email app by Rob. Continue. And then you should choose the certificate that we just created. So for me, that's this one. It will last for a year. And then continue. Add a profile name. I'm just going to use the app name there. And then generate. There we go. And then we can download that provisioning profile. Lovely, nearly there. We now need the certificate and key bundle which we create in Keychain Access. And we do that by clicking File and Import Items. And then we import the certificate that we've just created. And you should be able to find it by its expiry date. So 1st of March 2017 for me. And then we control click on that and export. So finally, we can save that as our P12 file on the desktop as well. And again, enter a nice password that you'll remember but will not be easily guessable to protect that. And then I'm just going to enter my machine password. So we now have all the files that we need to upload to PhoneGap Build. So we scroll back up, click on our profile at the top there and edit account. And then we click signing keys. And just as we did with Android, we're going to add a key for iOS. So title, I'll just put the name of the app. So email app, in fact, email app key, why not? And then we need the P12 file. There it is. And we need the provisioning profile as well. So that's the .mobile provision file. Okay, submit those keys. And once again, we're going to need to unlock them. So you put in the password that you entered for the certificate. And then if that works, it should be unlocked. Then we go back to apps. And just as we did for Android, we click on the app name and we select our iOS key. And we wait and hope that this is all going to work and that we'll be able to download our file. And there it is. Wonderful. So instead of an APK, we get an IPA file for working with iOS. So I'm going to download that again to my desktop. Now all that remains is to submit our app to the App Store. So let's open up a new tab to do that. And we do that in an Apple website called iTunes Connect. So itunesconnect.apple.com. And again, you'll need to have a paid developer account to be able to access this. But if you've got one, you should be able to get in here. And then we're just going to create a new app on iTunes Connect and upload the file that we've just downloaded. So let's go over to My Apps and then plus to create a new app. So again, I'll call it Email App by Rob. Bundle ID, we should be able to choose the bundle ID because we've already created it. There it is, Email App by Rob. Primary language, English. And then the SKU here is the app ID. So we'll select that again so we don't make any mistakes. And then, don't forget to select iOS and then click Create. Here we go. So as with Android, there's a bunch of information that you should fill in about your app there, and you can click Features and you can select pricing and availability information there as well. But the bit that we're interested in is the Prepare for Submission. And here is again where you'll put your screenshots, description, keywords, etc., etc. But the main thing for us is the build. So you'd normally use Xcode if you were making a native app, but we're going to use Application Loader 3.0. So that will download the Application Loader app to your computer, which is what we'll use to upload the IPA file that PhoneGap Build created for us. And once that's done, open up the downloaded file, which will install Application Loader for us. Double click on Application Loader.package, install, enter your password, And this will then go through the installation process for the application loader. There we go. So close that down, and then I'm going to use Command Space to open up Spotlight, and then we should find Application Loader in Applications. Agree to the terms and conditions, put in your Apple ID and password. You can keep yourself signed in, and then this will sign you into iTunes Connect, and we want to deliver our app. So let's choose that. Then we select our IPA file that we downloaded, and then it will link that to the application by the SKU, that is the com.codestars.email client by Rob in my case. So then click Next, and then it will upload to iTunes Connect for us. Once again, keep your fingers crossed. And then we have some warnings there, but that should be okay. We can add the icon files in iTunes Connect. So just click Next, and then Done. And then if we refresh the page here, we should see the app as being uploaded, although it can take a little while. So we might not be able to see that here. No, we don't have the build quite yet, but that can take an hour. So from here, it's just a matter of adding your screenshots, descriptions, etc., and then submitting for review. It usually takes about 10 days for your first app to get reviewed, and with any luck, you'll be successful and you'll be on the App Store. I've now waited about 10 minutes and I received an email from iTunes Connect saying that the processing has completed. And if we now scroll down to build, you can see it says select a build before you submit your app, and then you can choose that build that was uploaded. Obviously, we'd want to update the icon there and click Done, and that's your build. So from there, it really is just a matter of filling in the various images and description, etc., before submitting your app for review. So congratulations if you've managed to follow along and create all of the various different provisioning profiles and certificates. And that brings us to the end of this section. So you now know how to make both front-end and back-end sections for a mobile app, as well as how to package that as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files, and then use PhoneGap Build to repackage it again for all the different app stores. And I've shown you specifically how to work with iOS and Android. The processes for the other app stores are fairly straightforward as well. So I hope you've enjoyed this section. Now go off and make the next viral app.